Attend, O reader, our tale of wonder. Welcome back to Paper Cuts, everyone. Last week we finished up a short story about aliens. Yeah, the guy, the rocket plane and the aliens, and the guy thought he sacrificed his wife and kids by getting in one shot too late, but it didn't happen that way, and they yote this giant toroid space station out of orbit. You know, standard science fiction stuff. Uh, I think we also did a couple other short stories in the same issue last week. Ideally, and this is ideally mine, ideally, we will polish off this issue of Astounding Stories tonight, but I also said that last week and it didn't work out that way. But we are 40% farther through the book than last time I said it, so maybe it'll stick this time. Either way, we're in for some really just fantastic vintage science fiction, personally. You know, a lot of these old short stories from Astounding Stories, they're really good. You know, some people might argue, "Oh no, Galaxy's the better rag. They take it a step farther. They take it a step past the initial twist." I'm like, yeah, and that is great when there's something to do beyond the initial twist. But some of these stories in Galaxy, I'm like, come on. There was you had you had one level of twist in this. You did not have two or three, and you squeezed two or three out of it because you had to, because you were submitting to Galaxy. Let's be real. Uh, that said, there's some really great stuff in Galaxy. One issue I had found, this guy did a whole class warfare story using rather than an industrial revolution occurring because of fossil fuels, it was instead through Golemaic power. Essentially they had figured out the ins and outs of how golems work, the correct words of power, or the correct words, I should say, to make golem powered engines, for example, or and it was a whole sub discipline of you have to name this golem exactly correctly so it performs this exact duty. And the golems were coming down in price and coming down in price and coming down in price, and pricing out a lot of people's grunt labor. Um, and it used spinning of wool as the yardstick of one of the few things that a golem couldn't do. A person still had to do it. It was too dexterous. It was too immediately skilled, and so it very much read like a kind of alternative spin on the Industrial Revolution, and I loved it. It was really good. So long story short, Galaxy is not bereft of great stories. There's some really, really good stuff in there. I'm just saying it's not the only good rag in town. I haven't found a lot of later issues of Astounding, or Analog for that matter. I think I've got one from 10, 15 years after this one over on the shelf. But a lot of these, serialized magazine stories, they just don't last. They weren't printed to last, and they weren't printed to be kept. They were like, oh yeah, it's a new magazine, and they're called pulps for a reason. So they're all very ephemeral. So there's not a lot of them around. It's kind of difficult to collect because the type of people who still have their issues of Analog, still have their issues of Galaxy, they're just going to keep them around because they're like, well, I really liked that, and I like having collections. It attracts the type of person who is a collector. And so, yeah, I could go on eBay and buy, a giant lot of Astounding Stories. If I could just buy a giant lot of Analog. But, really, I have more fun trying to find them in the wild. It gives me an easy excuse to get in and out of bookstores. I already love to get in and out of bookstores as is. And so, having an extra excuse is very pleasant. Oh, I haven't started that yet. Oops. Uh, sorry, I'm looking over some stuff in the background here. How much? Ah, here we are. I think I think we can get started now. I think, provided those things in my inbox here aren't anything on fire. Yeah, nothing's on fire. Let's get started. So tonight, our first short story from this astounding issue of Analog is The Forgotten Planet, coming to us from Sewell Peaslee Wright, which I hopefully am saying that right. There's supposed to be an illustration here, the authentic account of why a cosmic man damned an outlaw world to be forever a leper of space. So let's see how this shakes out, shall we? I have been asked to record, plainly and without prejudice, a brief history of the Forgotten Planet. That this record, when completed, will be sealed in the archives of the Interplanetary Alliance and remain there, a secret and rather dreadful bit of history, that's no concern of mine. I'm an old man, well past the century mark, and what disposal is made of my work is of little importance to me. I grow weary of life and living, which is a good thing. The fear of death was lost when our scientists showed us how to live until we grew weary of life, but I'm digressing. That's an old man's failing. The Forgotten Planet was not always so named. The names that it once bore had been, as every child knows, stricken from the records, actual and mental, of the universe. It is well that evil should not be remembered, but in order that this history may be clear in the centuries to come, my record should go back to the beginnings. So far as the universe is concerned, the history of the Forgotten Planet begins with the visit of the first craft ever to span the space between the worlds, the crude, adventuresome Adorn, whose name, as well as the names of the 9 Xenians who manned her, occupy the highest places in the roll of honor of the universe. Amebauv, the commander and historian of the Adorn, made but brief comment on his stop at the Forgotten Planet, and so I shall record it in full. We came to rest upon the surface of this, the fourth of the planets visited during the first trip of the Adorn, 18 spaces before the height of the sun. We found ourselves surrounded immediately by vast numbers of creatures very different from ourselves, and from their expressions and gestures we gathered that they were both curious and unfriendly. Careful analysis of the atmosphere proved it to be sufficiently similar to our own to make it possible for us to again stretch our legs outside the rather cramped quarters of the Adorn and tread the soil of still another world. No sooner had we emerged, however, than we were angrily beset by the people of this unfriendly planet, and rather than do them injury, we retired immediately, and concluded our brief observations through the ports. The topography of this planet is similar to our own, save that there are no mountains, and the flora is highly colored, almost without exception, and apparently quite largely parasitical in nature. The people are rather short in stature, with hairless heads and high foreheads. Instead of being round or oval, however, the heads of these people rise to a rounded ridge which runs back from a point between and just above the eyes, nearly to the nape of the neck behind. They give evidence of a fair order of intelligence, but are suspicious and unfriendly. From the number and size of the cities we saw, this planet is quite thickly populated. We left about 16 spaces before the height of the sun, and continued toward the 5th and last planet before our return to Xenia. This report quite naturally caused other explorers in space to hesitate. There were so many friendly, eager worlds to visit during the years that relations between the planets were being established that an unfriendly people were ignored. However, from time to time, as spaceships became perfected and more common, parties from many of the more progressive planets did call. Each of them met with the same hostile reception, and at last, after the Second War of Planets, the Victorious Alliance, sent a fleet of the small but terrible Duber spheres, convoyed by 4 of the largest of the disintegrator race ships to subjugate the Forgotten Planet. 5 great cities were destroyed, and the Control City, the seat of the government, was menaced before the surly inhabitants conceded allegiance to the Alliance. Parties of scientists, fabricators, and workmen were then landed, and a dictator was appointed. From all the worlds of the Alliance, instruments and equipment were brought to the Forgotten Planet. A great educational system was planned and executed. The benign and kindly influence of the Alliance made every effort to improve the conditions existing on the Forgotten Planet and to win the friendship and allegiance of these people. For 2 centuries that work went on. 2 centuries of bloodshed, strife, hate, and disturbance. Nowhere else within the known universe was that ill feeling. The second awful war of the planets had at last succeeded in teaching the lesson of peace. 2 centuries of effort. Wasted effort, mind you. It was near the end of the 2nd century that my own story begins. Commander at that time of the supercruiser Tamon, a special patrol ship of the Alliance, I was not at all surprised to receive orders from the Central Council to report at emergency speed. Special patrol work in those days, before the advent of the present decentralized system, was a succession of false starts, hurried recalls, and urgent emergency orders. I, of course, obeyed at once. In the Special Patrol Service, there's no questioning orders. The planet Earth, from which I sprang, is and always has been proud of the fact that from the very beginning, her men have been picked to command the ships of the Special Patrol. No matter how dangerous, how forlorn and hopeless the mission given to a commander of a Special Patrol ship, history's never recorded that any commander has ever hesitated. That's why our uniform of blue and silver commands the respect it does, even in this day and age of softening and decadence when men... Forgive me, I'm an old man, I digress. Perhaps it's not for me to judge. I pointed the blunt nose of the Tamon at Xenia, seated at the Central Council, and in 4 hours Earth time, the great craft swept over the gleaming city of the Central Council and settled swiftly to the court before the mighty columned hall of the planets. 4 pages of the council, in their white and scarlet livery, met me and conducted me instantly to a little anteroom behind the great council chamber. There were 3 men awaiting me there, 3 men whose faces, at that time, were familiar to every person in the known universe. Kellen, the oldest of the 3, and the spokesman, rose as I entered the room. The others did likewise, as the pages closed the heavy doors behind me.
You are prompt, and that is good. I welcome you. Remove now thy manure,
thought Kellen. I glanced up at him swiftly. This must surely be an important matter that I was asked to remove my manure band. It will, of course, be understood that at that time we had but a bulky and clumsy instrument to enable us to convey and receive thought, a device consisting of a heavy band of metal in which were embedded the necessary instruments and a tiny atomic energy generator, the whole thing being worn as a circlet or crown upon the head. Wonderingly, I removed my manure, placed it upon the long, dark table around which the 3 men were standing, and bowed. Each of the 3 in turn lifted their gleaming circlets from their heads and placed them likewise upon the table before them.
You wonder,
said Kellen, speaking, of course, in the soft and liquid universal language, which is, I understand, still disseminated in our schools, as it should be.
I shall explain quickly and briefly as possible. We have called you here on a dangerous mission, a mission that will require tact and quickness of mind as well as bravery. We have selected you, have called you, because we are agreed that you possess the 2 qualities required, is it not so?
He glanced at his 2 companions, and they nodded gravely, solemnly, without speaking.
You are a young man, John Hanson, but your record in your service is one of which you can be proud. We trust you with knowledge that is so secret, so precious, that we must revert to speech in order to convey it. We dare not trust it, even in this protected and guarded place, to the Minore's quicker but less discreet communication. He paused for a moment, frowning thoughtfully, as though dreading to begin. I waited silently, and at last he spoke again. There is a world, and he named the name which I shall not repeat, the name of that forgotten planet, that is a festering sore upon the body of the universe. As you know, for 2 centuries we've tried to pass on to these people an understanding of peace and friendship. I believe that nothing has been left undone. The Council and the forces behind it have done everything within their power, and now... He stopped again, and there was an expression of deepest pain written upon his wise and kindly face, and the pause was but for an instant. And now it is at an end. Our work has been undone, 2 centuries of effort undone. They've risen in revolt. They've killed all those sent by the Alliance, of which this council is the governing body and the mouthpiece, and they've sent us an ultimatum. A threat of war.
What? Kellen nodded his magnificent old head gravely.
I do not wonder that you start. War. It mustn't be. It cannot be, and yet war is what they threaten.
But, sir, I put in eagerly. Of course, I was young and rash in those days. Who are they to make war against the United Universe?
I've visited your planet Earth,
said Kellen, smiling very faintly.
You've got a tiny winged insect you call a bee, is it not so?
Yes.
The bee is a tiny thing, of little strength. A man, a little child, might crush one to death between the thumb and finger, but the bee may sting before he's crushed, and that sting may linger on for days, a painful and unpleasant thing. Is that not so?
I see, sir, I replied, somewhat abashed before the tolerant, kindly wisdom of this great man. They cannot hope to wage successful war, but they may bring much suffering to others.
Much suffering.
Kellen nodded, still smiling.
And we are determined that this thing shall not be. Not, and his face grew grey with a terrible and bitter resolve, not if we have to bring to bear upon the dark and unwilling world the disintegrating rays of every ship of the Alliance, so that the very shell of the planet shall disappear, and no life shall ever again move upon its surface. But this, and he seemed to shudder at the thought, is a terrible and ruthless thing to even contemplate. We must first try once again to point out to them the folly of their ways. Unfortunately, it is with this mission that we would burden you, John Hanson. It is no burden, but an honor, I said quietly. Youth, foolish yet rather glorious. Let me tell you the rest, and then we shall ask for your reply again. The news came to us by a small scout ship attached to that unhappy world. It barely made the journey from Yaron, the nearest planet, and crashed so badly from lack of power, all save one man were killed. He luckily tore off his menore and insisted in speech that he be brought here. He was obeyed, and, in a dying condition, was brought to this very chamber. Kellen glanced swiftly, sadly around the room, as though he could still visualize that scene. Every agent of the Alliance upon that hateful planet was set upon and killed, following the working out of some gigantic and perfectly executed plan, all save the crew of this one tiny scout ship, which was spared to act as a messenger. Tell your great council, was the message these people sent to us, that here is rebellion. We do not want, nor will we tolerate your peace. We've learned now that upon other worlds than ours there are great riches. These we shall take. If there is resistance, we have a new and terrible death to deal. A death that your great scientists will be helpless against. And a horrible and irresistible death that will make it desolate and devoid of intelligent life any world where we're forced to sow the seeds of this ultimate destruction. We are not yet ready. If we were, we would not move, for we prefer that your council have time to think about what is surely to come. If you doubt that we have the power to do what we've threatened to do, send one ship commanded by a man whose word you'll trust, and we will prove to him that these are not empty words. That, as nearly as I can remember it, is the message. The man who brought it died almost before he had finished. That is the message. You're the man we've picked to accept their challenge. Remember, though, but there are 4 of us in this room. There are but 4 of us who know these things. If you, for any reason, do not wish to accept this mission, there will be none to judge you, least of all any one of us who know best of all the perils.
You say, sir, I said, quietly, although my heart was pounding in my throat and roaring in my ears, that there'd be none to judge me. But, sir, there would be myself. There could be no more merciless judge. I'm honored that I've been selected for this task, and I accept the responsibility willingly, gladly. When is it your wish that we should start? The 3 presiding members of the council glanced at each other, faintly smiling, as though they would say, as Kellen had said a short time before, "Youth, youth." Yet I believe they were glad and somewhat proud that I had replied as I did.
You may start as soon as you can complete the necessary preparations. Detailed instructions will be given to you later.
He bowed to me, and the others did likewise. Then Kellen picked up his menore and adjusted it. This interview was over. Whew. I keep yawning like that, I'm going to need one of you to pick the tea reward. Which, by the way, I wanted to call that out to the live audience. I do have a wide variety of channel point rewards that you can spend your channel points on. Some of them are limited, some of them are timed, some of them you can do at any time you want. And I'm always thinking about new ideas for these channel point redeems. I really like it. Honestly, the channel point redeems are why I was pushing for having affiliate. Like, that was the biggest thing I wanted to... Oh, excuse me. That's the biggest thing I wanted affiliate for, was these fancy channel point redeems. Like, yeah, okay, I get that, like, the average streamer should maybe, like the average rando that's just streaming barely any time or something, maybe shouldn't have emotes, but, like, maybe you should be able to get follower emotes when you get VIP access or something, personally. But, Twitch likes to lock parts of the website behind various goals. And I was not in the race for affiliate for money. I was in the race for affiliate for for, features of the website that they had left gated off. And so having those available is really nice. Anyway, I digress. What do you make of it? I asked the observer. He glanced up from his instrument.
It's Jaren, sir. 3 degrees to port, elevation between 5 and 6 degrees. I'm approximating, of course, sir.
Good enough. Please ask Mr. Barry to hold his present course. We shall not stop at Jaren. The observer glanced at me curiously, but he was too well disciplined to hesitate or ask questions.
Yes, sir,
he said crisply, and spoke into the microphone beside him. None of us wore menores on duty for several reasons. Our instruments were not nearly as perfect as those in use day to day, and verbal orders were clearer and carried more authority than mental instructions. The delicate and powerful electrical and atomic mechanism of our ship interfered with the functioning of the menores as well, and at that time the old habit of speech was far more firmly entrenched due to hereditary influence than it is in these days. I nodded to the man and made my way to my own quarters. I wished most heartily that I could talk over my plans with someone, but this had been expressly forbidden.
I realize that you trust your men, and more particularly your officers,
Kellen had told me during the course of his parting conversation with me.
I trust them also, yet we must remember that the peace of mind of the universe is concerned. If news, even a rumor of this threatened disaster, should become known, it is impossible to predict the disturbance it might create. Say nothing to anyone. It is your problem, You alone should leave the ship when you land. You alone shall see or hear the evidence that they have to present, and you alone shall bring word of it to us. That is the wish of the council.
Then it is my wish, I had said, and so it had been settled. Aft, in the crew quarters, a gong sounded sharply. The signal for changing watches and the beginning of a sleep period. I glanced at the remote control dials that glowed behind their glass panel on one side of my room. From the registered attraction of Yeren at our present speed, we should be passing her within, according to Earth time, about 2 hours. That meant that their outer patrols might be seeking our business, and I touched Barry's attention button and spoke into the microphone beside my bunk. Mr. Barry, I'm turning in for a little sleep. Before you turn over the watch to idle, will you see that those nose rays are set for the special patrol code signal for this NR? We shall be close to Yeren shortly.
Yes, sir. Any other orders?
No. Keep her on the present course. I shall take watch for Mr. Idle. Since there have been changes since those days, and there will undoubtedly be others in the future, it might be well to make clear in a document such as this that at this period all ships of the Special Patrol Service identified themselves by means of invisible rays flashed in certain sequences from the two nose or forward projectors. These code signals were changed every Enar, a period of time arbitrarily set by the Council, about 18 days as time is measured on the Earth, and divided into 10 periods, as at present known as Enarans. These were further identified into Enaros, giving us a time reckoning system for use in space, corresponding roughly to the months, days, and hours of the Earth. I retired, but not to sleep. Sleep wouldn't come. I knew, of course, that if curious outer patrol ships from Yeren did investigate us, they would be able to detect our invisible ray code signal, and thus satisfy themselves we were out this way on the Council's business, but there would be no difficulty on that score. But what I should do after landing upon the rebellious sphere, I had not the slightest idea.
Be stern, indifferent to their threats, Kennedy counseled me. Do everything within your power to make them see the folly of their attitude. Do not threaten them. They are surly people. You might precipitate matters trying that. Swallow your pride if you must. Remember that yours is a gigantic responsibility. Upon the information you bring us may depend the salvation of millions. I'm convinced that they are not, you have a word in your language that fits exactly. Not pretending. What's the word?
Bluffing? I supplied in English, smiling.
Right. Bluffing. It's a very descriptive word. I'm sure they're not bluffing.
I was sure of it also. They knew the power of the Alliance. They'd been made to feel it more than once, even. A bluff would have been a foolish thing, and these people, they weren't fools. In some lines of research, they were extraordinarily brilliant. But what could their new terrible weapon be? Rays we had, at least half a dozen rays of destruction. Terrible dehydrating ray of the Duber spheres, the disintegrating ray that dated back before Bove and his first voyage into space, the concentrated ultraviolet ray that struck men down in fiery torment. No, it could hardly be a new ray that was their boasted weapon. What was it then? Electricity had even then been exhausted of all its possibilities. Atomic energy had been released, harnessed, and directed. Yet it would take fabulous time and expense to make these machines of destruction do what they claimed they would do. Still pondering the problem, I fell at last into a fitful travesty of sleep. I was gladdened when I heard the soft clamor of the bell aft announcing the next change of watch. I rose, cleared the cobwebs from my brain with an icy shower, and made my way directly to the navigating room. "Everything tidy, sir?" said Idle, my second officer, and a Xenian. He was thin and very dark like all Xenians, and he had the high, effeminate voice of that people, so it's a little bit more like, "Everything tidy, sir?" He was cool and fearless, and had the uncanny cerebration of his kind, so I trusted him as completely as I trusted Barry, my first officer, who, like myself, was a native of Earth. "Will you take over?" Yes, I nodded, glancing at the twin charts beneath the ground glass top of the control table. Get what sleep you can in the next few hours. Presently I shall want every man on duty and at his station." He glanced at me curiously, as the observer had done, but saluted and left with only a brief "Yes, sir." I returned the salute, and my attention turned again to the charts. The navigating room of an interplanetary ship is without doubt unfamiliar ground to most, so it might be well for me to say that such ships have, for the most part, twin charts, showing progress in 2 dimensions, to use land terms, lateral and vertical. These charts are really no more than large sheets of ground glass, ruled in both directions with fine black lines, representing all relatively close heavenly bodies by green lights of varying sizes. The ship itself is represented by a red spark, and the whole is, of course, entirely automatic in action, the instruments comprising the chart being operated by super radio reflexes. You know what? I never thought about having one map for X and Y and the other map for Y and Z to depict space. Like, if you're moving in 3 dimensions, having those two axes depicted by two maps that are held in parallel actually wouldn't be a half bad way of understanding it. Like, you'd still have to wrap your mind around conceptualizing what it means, but you kind of already have to do that with existing, 2-dimensional maps. If you didn't want to try and generate a spheroid, view of your surroundings to navigate by, that actually wouldn't be half bad. And you could use, a sort of center out map projection for each of them, because you'd want it to be more accurate and less distorted by closer to the ship, And a lot of those center out map projections don't really go well for a terrestrial space. And you could also, like, if you have Y and Z and X and Y, if you have two intersecting planes, you can look farther in one direction than the other direction, and like, you can have them arbitrarily be different sizes based on, if you're within, like the accretion area. Like, accretion area is not the correct word. Like, if you're within like a stellar system akin to our solar system, right? The solar system is relatively flat and planar, so you probably won't be needing to see a lot of the, up and down Y and Z axis, and so you can expand this one and contract the up and down axis to see more. It's not a half bad idea. If you could wrap your mind around, navigating and working with it, I think it would be very effective. I'm very curious to, like, see, my first thought is like, oh man, what about these 8 Directions of Freedom space shooters? What would the map look like for that? Expressed in this fashion. Anyway, I digress a great deal. Yaron, the charts showed me at a glance, was now far behind us. Almost directly above, it's necessary to resort to these unscientific terms to make my meaning clear, was the tiny world Elon, home of the friendly but impossibly dull-winged people, the only ones in the known universe. I was there but only once, and found them almost laughably like our common dragonflies on Earth. Dragonflies that grew some 7 feet long and with gauzy wings of an amazing strength. Directly ahead of us on both charts was a brilliantly glowing sphere of green, our destination. I made some rapid mental calculations, studying the few fine black lines between the red spark that was our ship and the nearest edge of the great green sphere. I glanced at our little speed indicator and the attraction meter. The little red slide that moved around the rim of the attraction meter was squarely at the top, showing the attraction was from straight ahead. The great black hand was nearly a third of the way around the face. We were very close. 2 hours would bring us into the atmospheric envelope. In less than 2 hours and a half, we would be in the control city of what's now called the Forgotten Planet. I glanced forward through the thick glass partitions into the operating room. 3 men stood there watching intently. They too were wondering why we visited the unfriendly world. The planet itself loomed up straight ahead, a great half circle, its curved rim sharp and bright against the empty blackness of space, the cord ragged and blurred. In 2 hours, I turned away and began a restless pacing. Or rather, in 2 hours, I turned away and began a restless pacing. An hour went by, an hour and a half. I pressed the attention button to the operating room and gave orders to reduce our speed by half. We were very close to the outer fringe of the atmospheric envelope. Then, keeping my eye on the big surface temperature gauge with its stubby red hand, I resumed my nervous pacing. Slowly, the thick red hand of the surface temperature gauge began to move, slowly, and then more rapidly, until the eyes could catch its creeping. Reduce to atmospheric speed, I ordered curtly, and glanced down the side port at one end of the long navigating room. We were at the moment right above the twilight belt. To my right I looked down. I could see a portion of a glistening Antarctic ice cap, here and there with the great flat lakes, almost seas of the planet. Our geographies of the universe today do not show the topography of the forgotten planet. I might say, therefore, that the entire sphere was land area, with numerous great lakes embedded in its surface, together with many broad, very crooked rivers. As Aim Bauv had reported, there were no mountains and no high land. Altitude constant, port 3 degrees, stand by for further orders, I ordered. The earth seemed to whirl slowly beneath us. Great cities drifted astern, and I compared the scene below me with the great maps I took from our chart case. The control city should be just beyond the visible rim, well in the daylight area. Port 5 degrees, I said, and pressed the attention button to Barry's quarters. Mr. Barry, please call all men to quarters, including the off-duty watch, and then report to the navigating room. Mr. Eitel will be under my direct orders. We shall descend within the next few minutes.
Very well, sir.
I pressed the attention button to Eitel's room. Mr. Eitel, pick 10 of your best men and have them report at the forward exit. Await me with the men at that place. I shall be with you as soon as I turn the command over to Mr. Barry. We're descending immediately.
Right, sir.
I turned from the microphone to find that Barry had just entered the navigating room. We'll descend into the great court of the control city, Mr. Barry. I have a mission here. I'm sorry, but these are the only instructions I can leave you.
I don't know
how long I shall be gone from the ship, but if I do not return within 3 hours, depart without me, and report directly to Callan of the Council, to him and no other. Tell him verbally what took place. Should there be any concerted action against the Tamon, use your judgment as to this action to be taken, remembering that the safe of this ship and its crew, and, more importantly, the report of the Council, are infinitely more important than my personal welfare. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Too damn clear.
I smiled and shook my head. Don't worry, I'll be back well within the appointed time.
I hope so, but there's something wrong as hell here. Talking now as man to man, not to my commanding officer. Been watching below, and I've seen at least 2 spots where large numbers of our ships have been destroyed. The remaining ships bear their own damned emblem where the rest of the crest of the Alliance should be, and was. What's it mean? It means that I shall have to rely upon every man and officer to forget himself and myself, and obey orders without hesitation and without flinching. The orders are not mine, but direct from the Council itself. I held out my hand to him, an ancient gesture of greeting, goodwill, and farewell, and he shook it vigorously. Go God with you,
he said softly, and with a little nod of thanks I turned and quickly left the room.
Oh.
Oh.
Itel with his 10 men were waiting for me at the forward exit. The men fell back a few paces and came to attention. Itel saluted smartly. "We're ready, sir. What are your orders?" "You're to guard this opening. Under no circumstances anyone to enter save myself. I shall not be gone longer than 3 hours. If I am not back within that time, Mr. Barry has his orders. The exit will remain sealed, and the Tamon will depart immediately without me." "Yes, sir. You'll pardon me, but I gather that your mission is a dangerous one. May I not accompany you?" I shook my head. "I shall need you here." "But, sir, they're very excited and angry. I've been watching them from the observation ports. There's a vast crowd of them around the ship." "I had expected that. I thank you for your concern, but I must go alone. Those are the orders. Will you unseal the exit?" His "Yes, sir," was brisk and efficient, but there was a worried frown on his features as he unlocked and released the switch that opened the exit. The huge plug of metal, some 10 feet in diameter, revolved swiftly and noiselessly, backing slowly in its fine threads into the interior of the ship. Gripped by the ponderous gimbals, which, as the last threads disengaged, swung the mighty disc to one side, like the door of some great safe. "Remember your orders," I smiled, and with a little gesture to convey an assurance I did certainly not feel, I strode through the circular opening, out into the crowd. The heavy glass secondary door shot down behind me, and I was in the hands of the enemy. The first thing I observed was that my menore, which I'd picked up on my way to the exit, was not functioning. Not a single person in all that vast multitude wore a menore. The 5 black-robed dignitaries who marched to meet me wore none at all. Nothing could have showed more clearly that I was in for trouble. To invite a visitor, as Callan had done, to remove his menore first, was of course a polite and courteous thing to do if one wished to communicate by speech. To remove the menore before greeting a visitor wearing one was a tacit admission of rank enmity, a confession that one's thoughts were to be concealed. My first impulse was to snatch it off my own instrument and fling it in the solemn, ugly faces of the nearest 5 dignitaries. I remembered Kellen's warning just in time. Quietly, I removed the metal circlet and kept it under my arm, bowing slightly to the committee of 5 as I did so. "I am Yaban," said the first of the 5 with an evil grin. "You are the representative of the council that was commanded to appear?" "I'm John Hanson, commander of the ship Tamon of the Special Patrol Service. I'm here to represent the Central Council," I replied with dignity. "As we commanded. That is good. Follow us, and you shall have the evidence you were promised." Yaben led the way with 2 of his black-robed followers. The other 2 fell in behind me. A virtual prisoner, I marched between them through the vast crowd that made way grudgingly to get us past. I've seen the people of most of the planets of the known universe. Many of them, especially to Earth notions, are odd, but these people, so much like us in many respects, were strangely repulsive. Their heads, as Aim Bove had recorded, were not round like ours, but possessed a high, bony crest that ran from between their lashless, browless eyes down to the very nape of their necks. Their skin, even that covering their hairless heads, was a dull and papery white like parchment, and their eyes were abnormally small and nearly round. A hateful, ugly people, perpetually scowling and snarling. Their very voices resembled more the growl of a wild beast than those of the speakings of an intelligent being. Yaben led the way straight to the low but vast building of dun-colored stone that I knew was the administration building.
of the control city. We marched up the broad, crowded steps, through the muttering, jeering multitude into the building itself. The guards at the doors stood aside to let us through, and the crowd at last was left behind. A swift cylindrical elevator shot us upward into a great glass-walled laboratory built like a sort of penthouse on the roof. Yaben walked quickly across the room towards a long glass-topped table. The other four closed in on me, silently, but suggestively. And that's unnecessary. You see, I'm unarmed and completely in your power. I'm here as an ambassador of the Central Council, not as a warrior.
Which is well for you. When I have to show you, you'll see quickly and then depart.
From a great shining cabinet in the corner of the room, he took up a cylinder of dark red metal and held it up before him, stroking its sleek sides with an affectionate hand. Here it is, the secret of our power. In here, safely imprisoned now, but capable of being released at our command. For death is under our command. It's for every living thing upon any planet we choose to destroy. He replaced the great cylinder in the cabinet and picked up in its stead a little vial of the same metal, no longer than my little finger, and not so long. Here, he said, turning again towards us, is the means of providing our power to you. Come closer. With my bodyguard of 4 watching my every move, I approached. Yaben selected a large hollow hemisphere of crystal glass, and he placed it upon the smooth sheet of glass. Next he picked a few blossoms from a bowl that were stood, incongruously enough, on the table, and threw them under the glass hemisphere. Flora, he grinned. Hurrying to the other side of the room, he reached into a large flat metal case and brought forth 3 small rodent-like rats, or rodent-like animals, natives of that world. These he also tossed carelessly under the glass.
Varna,
he grunted, and picked up the tiny mini vial. One end of the vial unscrewed, he turned the cap gently, carefully, a strained, anxious look upon his face. My 4 guards watched him, breathlessly, fearlessly. The cap came loose at last, disclosing the end of the tube, sealed with a grayish substance that looked like wax. Very quickly, Yaben rolled the little cylinder under the glass hemisphere and picked up a beaker that had been bubbling gently on an electric plate close by. Swiftly he poured the contents of the beaker around the base of the glass bell. The stuff hardened almost instantly, forming an airtight seal between the glass hemisphere and the flat plate of glass upon which it rested. Then, with an evil, triumphant smile, Yaben looked up.
Flora, fauna, and death. Watch, the little metal cylinder is plugged still, but in a moment that plug will disappear, simply a volatile solid, you understand. It's going rapidly. It's almost gone now. Watch, in an instant now. I saw the little gray substance that stopped the entrance of the little metal vial disappear. The rodents ran around and over it, trying to find a crevice by which they might escape. Flowers, usually bright and beautiful, lay untidily on the bottom of the glass prison. Then, just as the last vestige of the gray plug vanished, an amazing, terrible thing happened. The mouth of the tiny metal vial At the mouth of the tiny metal vial, a greenish cloud appeared. I call it a cloud, but it was not that. It was solid and spread in every direction, sending out
smaller needles that lashed about and ran together into a solid mass like white ribbons of little needle. I call it a cloud, but it was not that. It was solid. It spread in every direction, sending out little needles that lashed about and ran together into a solid mass, while millions of little needles reached to ours swiftly. One of these little needles touched a scurrying animal. Instantly, the tiny brute stiffened, and from his entire body, the greenish needles spread swiftly. One of the flowers turned suddenly thick and pulpy. Ah, that's where we were. One of the little needles touched a scurrying animal. Instantly, the tiny brute stiffened, and from his entire body the greenish needles spread swiftly. One of the flowers turned suddenly thick and pulpy with a soft green mass. Then another of the rodents. Good Lord. In the space of 2 heartbeats, the entire hemisphere was filled with that great mass that still moved and writhed and it still moved and writhed and seemed to press against the glass sides as though the urge to expand was insistent, imperative. Ugh. Give me a moment. I think I need to. Sorry, I just realized we were moving at a real snail's pace here. Anyway, what is it? I whispered, still staring at the thing. Death, grunted Yaben, thrusting his hateful face close to mine, his tiny round eyes with their lashless lids glinting. Death, my friend. Go and tell your great council of this death that we've created for every planet that will not obey us. We've gone back into the history of dealing death, and have come back with a death such as the universe has never known before. Here is a rapacious, deadly fungus that we've been 2 centuries in developing. The spores contained in that tiny metal tube would be invisible to the naked eye, and yet given but a little time to grow, with air and vegetation and flesh to feed upon, and even that small capsule could wipe out a world, and in that cabinet, he pointed, grinning triumphantly,
We have ready for instant use enough of the spores of this deadly fungus to wipe out all the worlds of your great alliance. To wipe them out utterly. He repeated, his voice shaking with a sort of frenzy now. Every living thing upon their faces wrapped in that thin, hungry green stuff you see under the glass there. All life wiped out, made it uninhabitable so long as the universe shall endure, and we shall be the rulers unquestioned of that universe. Tell your doddering council that. He leaned back against the table, panting with hate. I shall tell them all they've seen, all that you've said. You believe we have the power to do all this? I do. God help me and the universe, I said solemnly. There was no doubt in my mind. I could see all too clearly how well their plans had been laid, how quickly this hellish growth would strangle all life once its spores began to develop. The only possible chance was to get back to the council and make my report with all possible speed, so that every available armed ship of the universe might concentrate here and wipe out these people before they had time to... I know what you're thinking, my friend, broke in Yaban mockingly. You might as well have warned the manure. You would have the ships of the Alliance destroy us before you have time to act. We'd foreseen that and provided for the possibility. As soon as you leave here, ships provided with many tubes just like the one used for our little demonstration will be dispersed in every direction. We shall be in constant communication with those ships, and at the least sign of hostility they'll be ordered to depart and spread their death upon every world they can reach. Some of them you may be able to locate and eliminate. A number of them are certain to elude capture in infinite space, and if only one lone ship could escape, the doom of the Alliance and millions upon millions of people will be pronounced. I warn you, it will be better, much better, to bow to our wishes and pay us the tribute we shall demand. Any attempt at resistance will precipitate certain disaster for your council and all the worlds the council governs besides.
At least we would wipe you out first, I said hoarsely.
True. But the vengeance of our ships would be a terrible thing. You wouldn't dare to take the chance.
I stood there, staring at him in a sort of daze. What he had said was so true, terribly, damnably true. If only... There was but one chance I could see, and desperate as it was, I took it. Whirling the heavy metal ring of my menore in my hand, I sprang towards the table. If I could break the sealed glass hemisphere and loose the fungus upon its creators, deal to them the doom they had planned for the universe, then perhaps all might yet be well. Yaben understood instantly what was in my mind. He and his 4 aides leaped between me and the table, their round, tiny eyes blazing with anger. I struck one of the 4 viciously with the menore, and with a gasp he fell back and slumped to the floor. Before I could break through the opening, however, Yaben struck me full in the face with his mighty fist, a blow that sent me dazed and reeling into a corner of the room. I brought up with a crash against the cabinet there, groped wildly in an effort to steady myself, and fell to the floor. Almost before I struck it, all 4 of them were upon me. Oh, door. They hammered me viciously, shouted at me, cursed at me in the universal tongue, but I paid no heed. I was pretending to be unconscious. My heart was beating high with a sudden glorious hope, and in my brain a terrible, merciless plan was forming. When I had groped against the cabinet in an effort to regain my balance, my fingers had closed upon one of the little metal vials. As I fell, I covered that hand with my body and hastily hid the tiny tube in a deep pocket of my blue and silver service uniform. Slowly, after a few seconds, I opened my eyes and looked up at them helplessly.
Go now,
snarled Yaben, dragging me to my feet.
Go and tell your council we're more than a match for you and for them.
He thrust me, reeling toward his 3 assistants.
Take him to his ship and send aid for I France here.
He glanced at the still unconscious figure of the victim of my menore, and then turned to me with a last warning.
Remember one thing more, my friend. You have disintegrator ray equipment upon your ship. You have the little atomic bombs that won for the Alliance the Second War of the Planets. I know that. But if you shall make the slightest effort to use them, I shall dispatch a supply of the Green Death to our ships, and they will depart upon their missions at once. You would take upon yourself a terrible, terrible responsibility by making the smallest hostile move. Go now, and when you return, bring with you members of your great council who will have the power to hear our demands and see that they are obeyed. Do not keep us waiting over long. We are an impatient race. He bowed mockingly and passed his left hand swiftly before his face. His people sighed a parting. I nodded at him, not trusting myself to speak, and hemmed in by my 3 black-robed conductors, was hurried down the elevator and back through the jeering mob to my ship. The glass secondary door shot up to permit me to enter, and Itel gripped my shoulder anxiously, his eyes smoldering angrily. "You're hurt, sir," he said in his odd, high-pitched voice, staring into my bruised face. "What?" "It's nothing. Close the exit immediately. We depart at once." "Yes, sir." He closed the switch, and the great threaded plug swung gently on its gimbals and began to revolve swiftly and silently. A little bell sounded sharply, and the great door ceased its motion. Itel locked the switch and returned the key to his pocket. "Good. All men at their stations?" "Yes, sir. All except these 10 detailed to guard the exit." "Have them report to their regular stations. Issue orders to the ray operators that are to instantly and without further orders destroy any ship that may leave the surface of this planet. Have every atomic bomb crew ready for an instant and concentrated offensive directed at the control city, but command them not to act under any circumstances unless I give the order. Is that clear, Mr. Itel?" "Yes, sir." I nodded and turned away, making my way immediately to the navigating room. "Mr. Barry," I said quickly and gravely, "I believe the fate of the known universe depends upon us at the moment. We will ascend vertically at once, slowly, until we're just outside the envelope, maintaining only sufficient horizontal motion to keep us directly over the control city. Will you give the necessary orders?" "Immediately, sir." He pressed the attention button to the operating room and spoke swiftly into the microphone. Before he'd completed the order, I had left. We were already ascending when I reached the port-forward atomic bomb station. The man in charge, a Xenian, saluted with automatic precision and awaited orders. "You have a bomb in readiness?"
"Those were my orders, sir."
"Correct. Remove it, please." I waited impatiently while the crew removed the bomb from the releasing trap. It was withdrawn at last, a fish-shaped affair, very much like the ancient airplane bomb, save that it was no larger than my 2 fists placed one upon the other, and that it had 4 silvery wires running along its sides from the rounded nose to a pointed tail, held at a distance from the body by a series of insulating struts. "Now, how quickly can you put another object in the trap, reseal the opening, and release the object?" "While the commander counts 10 with reasonable speed. We won first honors in the special patrol service contest at the last examination. The commander may remember." "I do remember. That's why I selected you for this duty." With hands that trembled a little, I think, I drew forth the little vial of gleaming red metal, while the bombing crew watched me curiously. "I shall unscrew the cap from this little vial and drop it immediately into the releasing trap. Reseal the trap and release this object as quickly as it's possible to do so. If you can better the time you made to win the honors at examination, in God's name do so." "Yes, sir," replied the Xenian. He gave brisk orders to his crew, and each of the 3 men sprang alertly into position. As quickly as I could, I turned off the cap of the little metal vial and dropped it into the trap. The heavy plug, a tiny duplicate of the exit door, clicked shut upon it and spun, whining gently, into the opening. Something clicked sharply, and one of the crew dropped the bar into place. As it shot home, the Xenian command of the crew pulled the release plunger. "Done, sir," he said proudly. I did not reply, my eye fixed upon the observation tube that was following the tiny missile to the ground. The control city was directly below us. I lost sight of the vial almost instantly, but the indicating crosshair showed me exactly where the vial would strike, at a point approximately halfway between the edge of the city and the great squat pile of the administrating building, with its gleaming glass penthouse.
the laboratory in which, only a few minutes before, I had witnessed the demonstration of the death which awaited the universe. Excellent. Smartly done, men. I turned and hurried to the navigating room where the most powerful of our television discs was located. The disc was not as perfect as those that we have today. It was hooded to keep out exterior light, which isn't necessary with later instruments, and it was more unwieldy. However, it did its work, and it did it well in the hands of an experienced operator. With only a nod to Barry, I turned the range band to maximum and brought it swiftly to bear upon that portion of the city in which the little vial had fallen. As I drew the focusing lever toward me, the scene leapt at me through clear, glowing glass disc. Froth. Green, billowing froth that grew and boiled and spread unceasingly. In places it reached high into the air, and it moved with an eager inner life that was somehow terrible and revolting. I moved the range hand back, and the view seemed to drop away from me swiftly. I could see the whole city now. All one side of it was covered with a spreading green stain that now moved and flowed so swiftly. Thousands of tiny black figures were running in the streets, crowding away from the awful danger that menaced them. The green patch spread more swiftly always. When I had first seen it, the edges were advancing as rapidly as a man could run. Now they were fairly racing, and the speed grew constantly. A ship, 2 of them, 3 of them, came darting from somewhere toward the administration building with its glass cupola. I held my breath as the deep, sudden humming from the Tamon told me that our rays were busy. Would they? One of the enemy ships disappeared suddenly in a little cloud of dirty, heavy dust that settled swiftly. Another, and the third, 3 little streaks of dust falling. A fourth and a fifth came rushing up, their sides faintly glowing from the speed they were making. The green flood, thick and insistent, was racing up and over the administration building now. It reached the roof, ran swiftly, and the 4th ship shattered into dust. The 5th settled swiftly, then that ship also disappeared, together with a corner of the building. Then the thick green stuff flowed over the whole building, and there was nothing to be seen there but a mound of soft, flowing, gray-green stuff that rushed on now with the swiftness of the wind. I looked up into Barry's face. "You're ill," he said quickly. "Is there anything I can do, sir?" Or rather, that's Barry.
"You're ill. Is there anything I can do, sir?"
"Yes," I said, forming the words with difficulty. "Give orders to ascend at emergency speed." For once, my first officer hesitated. He glanced at the attraction meter, then turned to me again.
"At this height, sir, emergency speed will mean dangerous heating of the surface, perhaps."
"I want it white hot, Mr. Barry. She's built to stand at emergency speed. Please, immediately."
"Right, sir."
And he gave the order. I felt my weight increase as the order was obeyed. Gradually, the familiar, uncomfortable feeling left me. Silently, Barry and I watched the big surface temperature gauge as it started to move. The heat inside became uncomfortable, grew intense. The sweat poured from us. In the operating room forward, I could see the men casting quick, wondering glances up at us through the heavy glass partition that lay between. The thick, stubby red hand of the surface temperature gauge moved slowly but steadily towards the heavy red line that marked the temperature at which the outer shell of our hull would become incandescent. The hand was within 3 or 4 degrees of that mark when I gave Barry the order to arrest our motion. When he'd given the order, I turned to him and motioned toward the television disc. "Look." He looked, and when at last he tore his face away from the hood, he seemed 10 years older.
"What is it? They're being wiped out. The whole of that world."
"True, and some of the seeds of that terrible death might have drifted upward and found a lodging place upon the surface of our ship. That's why I ordered an emergency speed while we were within the atmospheric envelope, Barry, to burn away the contamination if it existed. Now we're safe, unless..." I pressed the attention button to the station of the chief of the ray operators. "Your report?"
9 ships disintegrated, sir. 5 before the city was destroyed, 4 later.
"You're certain that none escaped?"
Positive, sir.
"Very good." I turned to Barry, smiling. "Pointer nose for Xenia, Mr. Barry. As soon as it's feasible, resume emergency speed. There's some very anxious gentlemen there awaiting our report, and I dare not convey it except in person."
Yes, sir,
said Barry crisply. This, then, is the history of the forgotten planet. On the charts of the universe, it appears as an unnamed world. No ship is permitted to pass close enough to it so that its attraction is greater than that of the nearest other mass. A permanent outpost of fixed station ships with headquarters upon Yaren, the closest world, is maintained by the Council. There are millions of people who might be greatly disturbed if they knew of this potential menace that lurks in the midst of our universe, but they do not know. The wisdom of the Council made certain of that. But in order that the ages to come, there might be a record of this matter, I've been asked to prepare this document for the sealed archives of the Alliance. It's been a pleasant task. I have relived, for a little time, a part of my youth. The work is done now, and that is well. I'm an old man, and weary. Sometimes I wish I might live to see the wonders that the next generation or so might witness, but my years are heavy upon me, and my work is done. Was that... Sorry, was that the first, like, gray goo scenario written? When was the gray goo scenario conceptualized? Gray goo. For those unaware, gray goo is a hypothetical catastrophe that could overwhelm the world, in which nanotechnology continues to self-replicate and produce more of itself at the cost of literally everything on the planet. Yeah, they were described by von Neumann machine. The term gray goo was coined by nanotechnology pioneer K. Eric Drexler in his 86 book Engines of Creation. In 2004, he stated, "I wish I had never used the term gray goo." Engines of Creation mentions gray goo as a thought experiment in 2 paragraphs and a note, while the popularized idea of gray goo was first publicized in a mass circulation magazine, Omni, in 86. So this was written well in advance of that, being written in the 30s. I guess, it's not inherently a gray goo. They did describe it as a fungus, but I mean, I've also seen, yeast being a fungus described as primitive nanotechnology. So, I guess it cuts both ways. Although, there's also the movie The Blob. When did The Blob come out? I actually might have that on hand. Might not have to look that up. Give me just a second. I think I have that written down right here somewhere, because I was watching it recently. When was The Blob? The Blob was 1958. So this was written still 28 years before that. I mean, it's far from the first time that something was like, something was written as described, as described here, some kind of, horrific entity that's eating and consuming an entire area, but to describe it afflicting a whole planet in 1930 feels like it's a little farther forward than a lot of other writers at the time. I mean, for another great example, there was another short story we read on Paper Cuts called The Water Eater that kind of deals with something similar. But it didn't describe an entire planet. And they didn't describe it as, like, a mutually assured destruction thing either. Fascinating stuff. And I'm sure it being green was on purpose while we're using our English class brain here. But I digress. Let me check something. Is this the last story in this? There are 3 more stories in this. Okay. So let's dive into, well, once library stops stabbing me in the leg. Buddy, we don't need to be so pointy. I know we're comfy cozy. We don't need to stab Dad quite so hard. Thank you. Okay, let's dive into The Power and the Glory by Charles W. Diffin. There were papers on the desk, a litter of papers scrawled over in the careless writing of indifferent students with the symbols of chemistry and long mathematic computations. The man at the desk pushed them aside to rest his lean, lined face on one thin hand. The other arm, ending at the wrist, was on the desk before him. Students of a great university had long since ceased to speculate about his missing hand. The result of an experiment, they knew. A hand that was a mass of lifeless cells, amputated quickly that the living arm might be saved, but that was some years ago, ancient history to those who came and went through Professor Ettinger's classroom. And now Professor Ettinger was weary and old, he told himself, as he closed his eyes to shut out the sight of the interminable papers and stubby wrist that had ended forever his experiments and the delicate manipulations which only he could do. He reached slowly for a buzzing phone, but his eyes brightened at the voice that came to him. "I got it! I got it!" The words were almost incoherent. "This is Avery, Professor Avery. You must come at once. You'll share in it. I owe it all to you. You'll be the first to see. I'm sending a taxi for you." Professor Ettinger's tired eyes crinkled to a smile. Enthusiasm like this was rare amongst his youngsters, but Avery, with the face of a poet, a dreamer's eyes, and the mind of a scientist, good boy Avery. A long time since he'd seen him, had him in his own laboratory for 2 years. "What's this all about?" "What's this all about?" No, I can't tell you. It's too big. Greater than the induction motor, greater than the electric light. It's the greatest thing in the world. Taxi should be there now. You must come along." A knock at the office door, where a voice said,
"Call for Professor Ettinger?"
I'll come right away."
He pondered as the car whirled him across the city on what this greatest thing in the world might be, and he hoped with gentle skepticism that the enthusiasm was warranted. A young man opened the car door as they stopped. His face was flushed, Ettinger noted, hair pushed back in disarray, his shirt torn open at the throat.
"Wait here,"
he told the driver, and he took the professor by the... Oh, wait, no, that was it. "Wait here," he told the driver, and took the professor by the arm to hurry him into a dilapidated building. "Not much of a laboratory, but we'll have better, you and I. We'll have better." The room seemed bare with its meager equipment, but it was neat, as became the best student of Professor Ettinger. Rows of reagent bottles stood on the shelves, but the tables were a litter of misplaced instruments and broken glassware where trembling hands had fumbled in heedless excitement.
"Glad to see you again, Avery."
The gentle voice of Professor Ettinger had lost its tired tone.
"It's been 2 years you've been working, I judge. What's the great discovery, boy? What you found?"
The younger man, in whose face the color came and went, and whose eyes were shining from dark hollows that marked long days and sleepless nights, still clung to the other's arm. "It's real. It's great. It means fortune and fame, and you're in on that, Professor. The old master," he said, and clapped a hand affectionately upon a thin shoulder. "I owe it all to you, and now I've learned. No, you'll see for yourself. Wait." He crossed quickly to a table. On it was an apparatus. The eyes of the older man widened as he saw it. It was an intricate maze of tubing. There was a glass bulb above it, the generator of cathode ray, obviously, and electromagnets below and on each side. Beneath it was a crude sphere of heavy lead, a retort it might be, and from this there passed 2 massive insulated cables. The understanding eyes of the professor followed them, one to a terminal on the great insulating block upon the floor, the other to a similarly protected terminal of carbon some feet above it in the air. The trembling fingers of the young man made some few adjustments, and then he left the instrument to take his place by an electric switch. "Stand back," he warned, and closed the switch. There was a gentle hissing from within glass tubes. Oh, excuse me. There was a gentle hissing from within glass tubes, the faint glow of a blue-green light, and that was all until, with a crash like the rippling crackle of lightning, a white flame arced between the terminals of the heavy cables. It hissed ceaselessly through the air where now the tang of ozone was apparent. The carbon blocks glowed with a brilliant incandescence when the flame ceased with the motion of a hand where Avery pulled a switch. The man's voice was quiet now. "You do not know yet, but you've seen that there was a tremendous potential there. An amperage I can't measure with my limited faculties. He waved a depreciating hand about the ill-furnished laboratory. But you've seen. His voice trembled and failed at the forming of the words.
The disintegration of the atom,
Said Professor Edinger quietly.
And the release of power unlimited. Did you use thorium?
The other looked at him in amazement. Then, I should have known you would understand. And you know what it means. Again his voice rose. Power without end to do the work of the world. Great vessels driven a lifetime on a mere ounce of matter. A revolution in transportation, in living, and the liberation of mankind. He added, and his voice was reverent. This will do the work of the world. It'll make a new heaven and a new earth. Oh, I've dreamed dreams. I've seen visions. And it's been given to me, to liberate man from the curse of Adam, the sweat of his brow. I can't realize it even yet. I'm not worthy. He raised his eyes slowly in the silence to gaze in wondering astonishment at the older man. There was no answering light, no exultation on the lined face, only sadness in the tired eyes that looked at him as though if focused upon something in a dim future or a past. Don't you see? The freedom of men, the liberation of a race, no poverty, no endless grinding labor. His young eyes, too, were looking into the future, a future of blinding light. Culture, instead of heartbreaking toil, a chance to grow mentally, spiritually. It's another world, a new life. Surely you see.
I see plainly.
The new world, it dazzles me. It rings like music in my ears.
I see no new world.
The young face was plainly perplexed. Don't you believe? After you've seen, I thought you would have the vision, would help me emancipate the world, save it.
Men have a way of crucifying their saviors.
The inventor was suddenly indignant. You're blind. It's too big for you. I would have had you stand beside me in the great work. I shall announce it alone. There'll be laboratories, enormous factories. My invention will be perfected, simplified, compressed. A generator will be made, thousands of horsepower to do the work of a city, free thousands of men. Made so small you can hold it in one hand. The sensitive face was proudly alight, pride and a trifle arrogant. The exultation of his coming power was strong upon him.
Yes, in one hand.
And here he raised his right arm, that he might see where the end of the sleeve was empty. I'm sorry. I didn't mean... You'll excuse me now. There's so much to be done. But the thin figure of Professor Edinger had crossed to the far table to examine the apparatus there. Crude.
Oh, crude,
he said beneath his breath.
Crude, but efficient.
In the silence, a rat had appeared in the distant corner. The professor nodded as he saw it. The animal stopped as the man's eyes came upon it, and sat squirrel-like on one of the shelves as it ate a crumb of food, some morsel from a hurried lunch of Avery's. The professor reflected. Poor Avery. There was much to be done. He spoke as much to himself as to the man who was now beside him.
It enters here,
he said, and peered toward the lead bulb, placing a finger on the side of the metal.
About here, I should think. Have you a drill and a bit of quartz?
The inventor's eyes were puzzled, but the assurance of his old instructor claimed obedience. He produced a small drill and a fragment like a broken glass, and he started visibly as the one hand worked awkwardly to make a small hole in the side of the lead, but he withdrew his own restraining hand and watched in mystified silence while the quartz was fitted to make a tiny window, and the thin figure stooped aside as if aiming the opening toward a far corner, where a brown rat sat upright in the earnest munching of a dry crust. The professor drew Avery with him as he retreated noiselessly from the instrument.
Will you close the switch?
The young man hesitated, bewildered at this unexpected demonstration, and the professor himself reached with his one hand for the black lever. Again the arc crashed into life, to hold for a brief instant until Professor Edinger opened the switch. Well, what's all the show? You think you're teaching me anything about my own instrument? There was hurt pride and jealous resentment in his voice.
See,
said Professor Edinger quietly, and his thin hand pointed to a far shelf, where in the shadow there was a huddle of brown fur and a bit of crust. It fell as they watched, and the plop of the soft body upon the floor sounded loud in the silent room. The laws of compensation. Two sides to the medal. Darkness and light, good and evil, life and death. The young man was stammering. But what do you mean? The death ray evolved? What of it? What of it? What's that got to do with it? The death ray. You've dreamed, Avery. One must in order to create, but it's only a dream. You dreamed of life, a fuller life for the world, but you would have given them, just as you've seen death to come with it. The face of Avery was white as wax. His eyes glared savagely from dark hollows. A rat! You killed a rat, and you say... He raised one trembling hand to his lips to hold them from forming the unspeakable word. A rat or a man, a million men. Oh, we'll control it. All men will have it, the best and the worst. There's no defense. It'll free the world. It'll destroy it. No, you don't understand. You can't see. The lean figure of the scientist straightened to its full height. His eyes met those of the younger man, silent now before him, but Avery knew the eyes never saw him. They were looking far off, following the wings of thought. In the stillness the man's words came harsh and commanding. Do you see cities crumbling to ruin under the cold stars? The fields, they're rank with wild growth, torn and gullied by the waters, desolate lands where animals prowl, the people. Wandering bands, lower as the years drag on than beasts themselves, the children dying, forgotten in these forgotten lands. A people to whom the progress of our civilization is one with ages past, for whom there is again the slow toiling road toward the light. And somewhere, perhaps, a conquering race, the most brutal and callous of mankind, rioting in their sense of power, dragging themselves down and down to oblivion. His gaze came slowly back to the room, and the figure of the man still fighting for his dream. They would not. They'd use it for good. Would they? He spoke simply as one stating simple facts. I love my fellow men. I killed them in the thousands in the last war. I and my science and my poison gas. The figure of Avery slumped suddenly upon a chair, his face buried in his hands. And I would have been the greatest man in the world. You shall be greater, though only we shall know it. You and I. You'll save the world from itself. The figure, bowed and sunken in the chair, made no move. The man was heedless of the kindly hand upon his shoulder. His voice, when he spoke, was that of one afar off, speaking out of a great loneliness. You don't understand. You can't. But Professor Edinger, a cog in the wheels of a great educational machine, glanced at the watch on his wrist. Again his thin shoulders were stooped, his voice tired. My classes. I must be going. In the gathering dusk, Professor Edinger locked carefully the door of his office. He crossed beyond his desk and fumbled with his one hand for his keys. There was a cabinet to be opened, and he stared long in the dim light at the object he withdrew. He looked approvingly at the exquisite workmanship of an instrument, where the generator of a cathode ray and an intricate maze of tubing surmounted electromagnets and a round leaden bulb. There were terminals for attaching heavy cables. It was a beautiful thing. His useless arm moved to bring an imaginary hand before the window of quartz in the lead sphere. Power, he whispered and repeated Avery's words. Power to build a city or destroy a civilization, and I hold it in one hand. He replaced the apparatus in the safety of its case. The saviors of mankind. His tone was harsh and bitter, but a smile, whimsical, kindly, crinkled his tired eyes as he turned to his desk and his usual litter of examination papers. It's something, Avery, he whispered to that distant man, to belong in so distinguished a group. See, that's what I mean by sometimes you find just wild stories. You find, this beautifully little woven little short story of a man who begrudgingly continues to teach after an experiment of his own design stole his hand and he realized the implications of it. And now one of his students unwittingly discovers the same thing. And luckily, the teacher can change the course of that future because he's already had a little experience in the matter. Great stuff. Let's move on to A Star That Breathes, weirdly not attributed to an author. Beta Cephei, the mysterious Milky Way star which expands and contracts as though it were breathing, at last has a biography. A summary of known facts concerning the star, interpreted in the light of the recent observations at the Lick Observatory in the University of California, was completed by H.S. Mendenhall, graduate student. Mendenhall's interpretations were said to lend weight to the theory that Beta Cephei is contracting and expanding once in every 4.5 hours. This is such a terrific rate of speed from a terrestrial point of view. It appears to be moving toward and away from the Earth at a velocity reaching a maximum of about 9.5 miles per second. Beta Cephei is a variable star in the constellation Cepheus. Cepheus? It is best visible in the northern sky during July or August. Its distance from the Earth is estimated roughly at 2 quadrillion miles. 2 quadrillion miles, and Mendenhall estimates its diameter at almost 2 million miles, more than twice that of the Sun. Million, billion, trillion. Yeah, that is 2 quadrillion. Sorry, I had to double check that number. There's a lot of zeros there. In addition to the apparent velocity caused by contraction and expansion of its surface 5 times a day, Beta Cephei seems to have another motion. This was said by Mendenhall to be a rotation around some other star in a period of 20 years. The velocity of this rotation is something over 3 miles a second. Variable stars are of particular interest to astronomers because the light from them pulsates regularly, flaring and dying as though fuel were replenished at a regular interval. The rate of this pulsation has been found to be a measure for the candle power of the star. Its distance, then, can be determined by contrasting its actual candle power with the apparent magnitude as seen from the Earth. Anyway, we're diving into part 3 of a 4-part novel. I must admit I do not remember parts 2 and 1 of Murder Madness. This, this is the Secret Servicemen in South America, the zombies? Oh, man. Oh, man, we read this forever ago. Like, I finished part 2 of this while I was still at Ambrose. I remember finishing this, like, I went and sat in the common room because my roommate was busy, and so I was just sitting in the common room reading this. Oh, man, that was forever ago. So, if I'm remembering the story right, and I really hope I am, or I'm making quite the fool of myself, this Bell guy, he gets called down to South America because there were a bunch of Secret Servicemen trying to overthrow this kind of like this cartel kingpin type guy, and these people were disappearing, and Bell stumbles upon the fact that this cartel guy, cartel is probably not the best word, this crime kingpin guy has stumbled upon some ancient magic that produces zombies, and there was also and it's like these are old style zombies of like not actually dead people, but like people who almost died and then like they're drugged with some kind of like fancy unknown powder, and then they're in like a perfect hypnotic trance, so much so that they can be suggested to do anything beyond the limitations of normal hypnosis, where you can't do things that you wouldn't normally do. Like these are perfect, like they will perfectly perform whatever you tell them to. These are old style zombies before it's like the dead are rising type zombies. So that's where we are. This guy, he like crashed a seaplane and then like he's in the mansion. I think I remember I might be wrong on that, but let's dive into part 3 of Murder Madness and see how things go. Magnus is very comfy right now and he's very offended I'm talking so loud. I know, buddy, but I gotta read to the internet. You know I do this every time this week. Yeah, me too. Big yawn. Anyway, Murder Madness by Murray Leinster. Seven United States Secret Service men have disappeared in South America. Another is found, a screaming homicidal maniac. It's rumored that they're victims of a diabolical poison which produces a murder madness. Charlie Bell of the Trade, a Secret Service organization which doesn't officially exist, discovers that a sinister system of slavery is flourishing in South America, headed by a mysterious man known only as the Master. This slavery is accomplished by means of a poison which causes its victims to experience a horrible writhing of the hands, followed by a madness to do murder 2 weeks after it's taken. The victims get relief only with an antidote supplied through Ribiera, the Master's chief deputy, but in the antidote there's more of the poison, which again in 2 weeks will take effect. Come on, Magnus, you want to come up here? You want to come say hi to the people? Come on, go ahead. And so it is that a person who once receives the poison is forever enslaved. Ribiera kidnaps Paula Canalejas, daughter of a Brazilian cabinet minister who, on becoming a victim, has killed herself, preferring death to murder madness. Bell rescues Paula, and they flee from Ribiera in a plane. They find the Master's hidden jungle stronghold, and Bell destroys it with a bomb attack from the air. As he's getting away, his motor quits. Paula jumps for her life, and shortly afterwards Bell follows, drifting straight down toward his enemies below. And so we dive into Chapter 11. Bell was falling head first when the chute opened, and the jerk was terrific, the more so as he had not counted on the customary 10, but 15 before pulling out the ring. But very suddenly he seemed to be floating down with amazing gentleness, with a ruddy blossom of a parachute swaying against a background of lustrous stars very far indeed over his head. Below him were masses of smoke and at least one huge dancing mass of flame, where the storage tank for airplane gas had exploded. It was unlikely in the extreme, he saw now, that anyone under that canopy of smoke could look up to see plane or parachute against the sky. Clumsily enough, dangling as he was, Bell twisted about to look for Paula. Sheer panic came to him, but he saw her, a little above him, but a long distance off. She looked horribly alone with the glare of the fires upon her parachute and smoke that trailed away into darkness below her. She was farther from the flames than Bell, too. The light upon her was dimmer, and Bell cursed that he'd stayed in the plane to make sure it would dive clear of her before he stepped off himself. The glow on the blossom of silk above her faded out. The sky still glared behind, but a thick and acrid fog enveloped Bell as he descended. Still straining his eyes hopelessly, he crossed his feet and waited. Branches reached up and lashed at him. Vines scraped against his sides. He was hurled against a tree trunk with stunning force and rebounded, swung clear, then dangled halfway between the earth and the jungle roof. It was minutes before his head cleared. Then he felt at once a despairing fool, dangling in his parachute harness when Paula needed him. The light in the sky behind him penetrated even the jungle growth as a faint luminosity. Presently he writhed to a position in which he could strike a match. A thick, matted mass of climbing vines swung from the upper branches, not a yard from his fingertips. Bell cursed frantically and clutched at it wildly. Presently his absurd kicking set him to swaying. He redoubled his efforts and increased the arc in which he swung, but it was a long time before his fingers closed upon leaves which came away in his grasp, and longer still before he caught hold of a wrist-thick liana which oozed sticky sap upon his hands. But he clung desperately, and presently got his whole weight upon it. He unsnapped the parachute and partly let himself down, partly slid and partly tumbled to the solid earth below. He had barely reached it when, muffled and many times re-echoed among the tree trunks, he heard 2 shots. He cursed and sprang toward the sound, plunging headlong into the underbrush that strove to tear the flesh from his bones, and fought madly, savagely, fiercely. He heard 2 more shots. He fought the jungle in the darkness like a madman, plowing insanely through masses of creepers that should have been parted by a machete, and which would have been much more easily slipped through by separating them, but which he strove to penetrate by sheer strength alone. Then he heard 2 shots again. Belle stopped short and swore disgustedly. What a fool I am. She's telling me where she is, and I... He drew one of the weapons that seemed to bulge in every pocket of his flying suit and fired 2 shots in the air in reply. A single one answered him. From that time, Belle moved more sanely. The jungle is not designed, apparently, for men to travel in. It's assuredly not intended them for traveling in by night, and especially it is not planned, by whoever planned it, for a man to penetrate without either machete or lights. As nearly as he could estimate it afterward, it took Belle over an hour to cover 1 mile in the blackness under the jungle roof. Once he blundered into fire ants. They were somnolent in the darkness, but one hand stung as if in white-hot metal as he went on. And thorns. So many thorns, they tore at him all. The heavy flying suit protected him somewhat, but after the first 100 yards he blundered on almost blindly, with his arms across his face, stopping now and then to try and orient himself. 3 times he fired in the air, and 3 times an answering shot came instantly to guide him. And a voice called in the blackness. He plowed toward it, and it called again and again. At last he struck a match with trembling fingers and saw her, dangling as he had dangled, some 15 feet from the ground. 15 feet from the ground. She smiled waveringly with a little gasp of relief. And he heard something go slithering away, furtively. She clung to him desperately when he'd gotten her down to solid earth, but he was savage. Those shots. Glad you fired them, but they might have been a tip-off to the town. We gotta keep moving, Paula. Her breath was coming quickly. They could trail us, Charles. By daylight we might not leave signs, but forcing our way through the night. Right as usual. But shells, you nearly used all you had? Yes, nearly, but I was afraid, Charles. Belle felt in his pockets. Half a box, maybe 25 shells. With a town nearby, and almost certainly having heard their signals to each other. Well, black rage invaded Belle at this. They'd be hunted for, of course. Dogs, perhaps, would trail them. The thing would end when they were at bay, ringed about by the master's slaves with 25 shells only to expend. The dim little glow in the sky between the jungle leaves kept up. It was bright, slowly glowing brighter. There was a sudden flickering, and even the jungle grew light for an instant. A few seconds later, there was a heavy concussion. Something went up then. Some satisfaction, anyway, to know I did a lot of damage. And then, quite abruptly, there was an obscure murmuring sound. It grew stronger and stronger still. If Belle had been aloft, he would have seen the planes from the master's hangars being rushed out of their shelters. One of the long row of buildings had caught, and the plateau of Cuyaba is very, very far from civilization. Tools and even dynamos and engines could be brought toilsomely to it, but the task would be terrific. Buildings would be made from materials on the spot, even the shelters for the planes. It'd be much more practical to carry the parts for a sawmill and saw out the lumber on the spot than attempt to freight roofing materials and the like to Cuyaba, so that the structures Belle had seen in the wing lights glow were of wood and inflammable. The powerhouse that lighted the landing field was already ablaze. The smaller shacks of the laborers would perhaps not be burnt down, but the elaborate depot for communication by plane and wireless was rapidly being destroyed. The reserve of gasoline had gone up in smoke almost at the beginning, and in spreading out had extended the disaster to nearly all the compact nerve center of the whole conspiracy. Hey, Saya Sound's coming in with the raid party of 9. How was the listening party? I caught a good chunk of the new album Noise here and there throughout my day, and I hope the listening party was a great time. Saya Sounds, by the way, do I have a shout out command? Saya Sounds, by the way, is a music composer. I not have a... Oh, well, I have to tell it who to shout out. There we go. Check out Say Sounds. They were or are playing music. Most recently, he just had an album drop. Today actually. It's Friday. It's Bandcamp Friday. So if you are of a music purchasing mind, now is the perfect time to do so. Bandcamp's whole spiel on Bandcamp Fridays is the artist gets more of the cut. And I really love his stuff, so I think you should go buy it, personally. If I were not so particular about having to do 99.9% of the work myself for my stream, I'd have commissioned him for some stream music long, long ago. But I'm a picky pocus, and I want to do it myself. He makes great stuff. Like I said, I've been listening to the singles that came out from Noise, and I put on the album during like the last little bit of my work day today when I had the time, and it's really good. It's great stuff. I think you all will also like it. Heartily recommend him. He also does on occasion some viewerverse streams, so he takes people who are kind of regulars in his chat or people he knows and builds them in. Which version of WWE are you on now? Last time I was like really actually tuning into viewerverse with enough regularity to know what was going on, it was 2019. I think you moved to a later version that broke and you had to rebuild a bunch of stuff. Yeah, you are on 22. Yeah, the viewerverse is really great stuff. It's super fun. Great color commentary during that. Long story short, go toss him a follow. He's a great guy and he makes great stuff. Yeah. Oh, I guess that makes sense. It is a yearly release game. The year is right there in the title. We're reading right now for the viewers that dropped by. We're reading from a issue of a serialized magazine. So for those of you who don't know what that means, essentially there are still running actively magazines that publish short stories in particular genres. The one that we're reading, Astounding Stories, changed its name to Analog a little ways in, and still runs to this day, and they publish science fiction stories. The original title of the magazine, which is delightfully of the era that this came from, is Astounding Stories of Super Science. And we're in the middle of the third part of 4 of a serialized story that I read the second part of this several years ago now. So you in chat are just as lost as I am. Promise. Exactly. Super science. Woo! It's so good, and there's such great little weird short stories in here. The original plan, I will tip my hand now that we're almost done with this issue. The original plan for this was to get a modern issue of Analog, but I had some back and forth with the publishing company that runs Analog, and they would have had to get individual author permission for each and every short story, and even me doing that manually, let alone the publishing company who has all their contact information, it wasn't particularly feasible. So I just decided to go back to the old ones. But you're hearing no complaints from me. I love vintage sci-fi. We do a lot of vintage science fiction around here. A lot of space fantasy type of thing. It's all very great. Some of them have aged better than others, but if you like science fiction, if you like high fantasy, stick around. We read plenty of that here. Let's get back into it. Where were we here? Oh yeah, something had exploded. Presently, the droning noise was tumultuous. Every plane in a condition to fly was now out on the landing field, brightly lighted by the burning buildings all about. There was frantic, hectic activity everywhere. The secretaries of the master were rescuing what records they can, and growing cold with terror. In the confusion of the spreading flames and the roar of the nor... I speak English. It's my first language. Can you believe it? In the confusion of the spreading flames and the noise of roaring conflagrations, the stopping of the motor up aloft had passed unnoticed. In the headquarters of the master, there was panic. An attack had been made upon the master. A person who could not be one of his slaves had found his stronghold and attacked it terribly. And if one man knew that location and dared attack it, then, well... Oh, that's fair. You had to be up early for work today. You're tired. That's fair. I appreciate you dropping everybody by, and I hope you also have a great rest of your night, and I hope you see some great sales from this album. It's been a long time coming, and from what I've heard of it, it is very much worth the wait. So I hope that works for you. Oh, one more thing of his to promote. He's also one of the tracks on a Shovel Knight album from Game Chops that also dropped today. So if you like Shovel Knight, you might as well. You've been doing a lot of work with Game Chops, actually, lately. At least that I've seen. It's nice. Game Chops does great work. They're a collective of folks who do, video game covers. Good stuff. You know what? Speaking of collectives, while I'm off topic and while we're between thoughts here, Codex above my head there, that is a group of reading streamers. We all kind of run the gamut on genre. Like I said, I kind of wind up specializing in science fiction, vintage fantasy, that sort of thing. There's one other person is Arnel Quendy, does a lot of visual novels, which honestly, I would have fit into that niche if I had not found all this vintage sci-fi lying about on Project Gutenberg. There's Gariki, who is a moderator here, drops by every now and again. He does fairy tales and fables and that sort of thing pretty often. There's one more person, I think. Atkinson is actually a professional audiobook narrator, and so his reading sessions are actually just the professional audiobook narration that he's doing, just streamed live, which actually was a concept that I thought about doing for Paper Cuts, but I didn't quite have the clout in actually producing audiobooks quite yet. That still may be, honestly. I've been trying to be better about getting author permission to get some newer stuff going. But yeah, that's Codex in a nutshell. It's a big old group of reading streamers. We have a monthly book club. I missed this one this last month in January. They did a self-help book, As a Man Thinketh, I believe is what it was. I don't know if we have a date for the romance novel they have planned for this month. It'll probably be near the end of the month, which does make it difficult for me to show up, just because of the way my life goes. But I promise it's fun time. Everybody reads. If it's a public domain book, everybody tries to read it on stream. And then they all get together and have a English class discussion about it. A lot of literary analysis. It's a good. They're fun muscles to flex. In a nutshell, if you like what I do, you'll love the Codex. Also, Codex isn't the only one who has a Discord. I also have a Discord. If you want to come yell books at me to read, or perhaps you want to, post pictures of your pets or your hobbies, that sort of thing. I tend to post exclusive photographs of my sourdough bread that you only get in my Discord. Sure, if you're in other Discords with me, you'll get some photographs of the bread, but you don't get the exclusive crumb shot, for example. Yeah. Anyway, now that I've digressed pretty thoroughly, where's my water? There it is. Now that I've digressed pretty thoroughly here, let's resume. The hold of the master upon all his slaves was based on one fact, and its corollary. The fact was that those who had been given his poison would go mad, murder mad, without its antidote. The corollary was that those who obeyed him would be given that antidote, and would be safe. True, the antidote would be what a temporary one. Mixed with it for administration was a further dosage of that poison itself. But the whole power of the master was based on his slaves' belief that as long as they obeyed him abjectly, there'd be no failure of the antidote supply, and Bell had given that belief a sudden and horrible shock. Orders came from one frightened man, who cursed much more from terror than from rage. Ribiera had advised him. To do him justice, Ribiera felt less fear than most. Nephew to the master, and destined successor to the master's power, Ribiera dared not revolt, but he had at least a little fear of punishment for incompetence. It was his advice that set the many aircraft motors warming up. It was his direction that sorted out the brainwork staff, and Ribiera himself curtly took control, indifferently abandoned the enslaved workers to the madness that would come upon them, and took wing in the last of a stream of roaring things that swept upward above the smoke and flame and vanished in the sky. Everybody welcome frequent co-host on the show, Library Cat. He is, in fact, just a little guy. Friendly reminder, Cat's on camera over here. Bell and Paolo were huddled in between the buttress roots of a jungle giant, protected on three sides by the monster uprearings of solid wood, and Bell was absorbedly feeding a tiny smudge fire. The smoke was thick and choking, but it did keep off the plague of insects which make jungle travel much less than the romantic adventure that's pictured. Bell heard the heavy, thunderous buzzing from the town change timbre suddenly. A single note of it grew loud and soared overhead. He stared up instinctively, but saw nothing but leaves and branches and many climbing things above him, dimly lighted by the smoky little blaze. The roaring overhead went on and dimmed. A second roaring came from the town and rose to a monstrous growling and diminished. A third did likewise, and then a fourth. At stated even intervals, the planes at the headquarters of the master took off from the landing field, ringed about with blazing buildings, and plunged through the darkness in a straight line. The steadier droning from the town grew lighter as the jungles echoed for many miles with the sound of aircraft motors overhead. At last a single plane rose upward and thundered over the jungle roof. It went away and away. The town was silent then, and only a faint and dwindling murmur came from the line of aircraft headed south. "They've deserted the town, by God," said Bell, his eyes gleaming. "Scared 'em off." And we? You can bet that every man who could crowd into a plane did so. Those that couldn't, if they got any brains, will be trying to make it some other way they can subject themselves to one of the master's deputies, have a little longer time of sanity. Poor devils that are left, well, they would be camaraderas, peons, laborers, without the intelligence to know what they can do. They'll be waiting patiently for their masters to come back, and presently their hands will writhe, and the town will be a hell. They won't be looking for us? Bell considered this, and suddenly he laughed. If the fire's burned out before dawn, I'll go looking for him. It's going to be cold-blooded and rather pitiful, I think, but there's nothing else to do. You try to get some rest. You'll need it. And for all the rest of the dark hours, he crouched in the little angle formed by the roots of the forest giant, and kept a thickly smoking fire going, and listened to the noises of the jungle all about him. It was more than a mile back to the town. It was nearer 2, even. But it was vastly less difficult to force a way through the thick growths by daylight, even though then it was not easy. With machetes, of course, Bell and Paolo would have had no trouble, but theirs had been left in the plain. Bell made a huge club and battered openings by sheer strength where it was necessary. Sweat streamed down his face before he'd covered 500 yards, but then something occurred to him and he went more easily. If there were any of the intelligent class of the master's subjects left in the little settlement, he wanted to allow time enough for them to start their flight. He wanted to find the place empty of all but the laborers, who would be accustomed to obey any man who spoke arrogantly in the manner of a deputy of the master. Yet he didn't want to wait too long. Panic spreads among the camarada class as swiftly as among more intelligent folk, and it is even more blind and hysterical. It was nearly 11 o'clock before they emerged upon a cleared field whose brightly blooming plants grew hugely. Bell regarded these grimly. "These'll be the master's stock," Paula touched his arm. "I've heard," and she shuddered, "the men who gather the plants that go to make the poisons of the Indios do not dare sleep near the fresh-picked plants. They say the odor is dangerous, even the perfume of the blossoms." "Very probably. I wish I could destroy the damn things, but since we can't, well, I'll go around the edge of the field." He went upward, skirting the edge of the planted things. A path showed, winding over half-heartedly clear ground. He followed it with Paula close behind him. Smoke still curled heavily upward from the heaps of ashes which he reached first of all. He looked upon them with an unpleasant satisfaction. He had to pick his way between still smoking heaps of embers to reach the huts about which laborers stood listlessly, not working because they weren't ordered to work, yet not frightened because not yet did they realize the full weight of the catastrophe that had come upon them. He was moving toward them, deliberately adopting an air of suppressed rage, when a voice called whiningly, "Senor, senor," and then pleadingly in Portuguese, "I have news for the master! I have news for the master!" Bell jerked his head about. Bars of thick wood, cemented into heavy timbers at the top and bottom. A building that was solid wall on 3 sides, and the 4th was bars. A white man was in it, unshaven, haggard, ragged, filthy. On the floor of the cage, there had been another such cage on a Fidenza back toward Rio. Bell had looked into it and shot the gibbering thing that had been its occupant, as an act of pure mercy. But this man had seen horrors and yet was sane. "Don't look," said Bell sharply to Paula, and he went close. The figure pressed against the bars, whining. Suddenly it stopped its fawning. "The devil? The devil? What the hell are you doing here, Bell? Has that fiend caught you too?" "Oh my God," gasped Bell, and he went white with a cold rage. He'd known this man before. Secret Service man, one of the 7 who'd vanished. "How's this place open? I'll let you out." "May be dangerous. I'm one of the master's little victims. Been trying to work a little game in hopes of getting within arm's reach of him. How'd you get here? Has he got you too?" "Burned the damn town last night and crashed up after it. Where's the door?" He found it, a solid mass of planks with a log bar fitted in such a way that it couldn't possibly be opened from within. He dragged it wide, and the white man came out, holding to his self-control with an obvious effort. "I want to dance and sing because I'm out of there, but I know you've done me no good. Been fed the master's little medicine. I've been in that cage for weeks." Bell, quivering with rage, handed him a revolver. "I'm going to get some supplies and stuff and try to make it to civilization if you want to help." No, that's Bell. "I'm going to get I'm going to get some supplies and stuff and try to make it to civilization if you want to help." "Hell yes, I do. Might as well. Number 114 was here. He's the master's little pet now. Turned traitor. Report it if you ever get out of here." No, he didn't turn. He told in very few words of finding the body of a man who had been fallen or thrown from a plane into the jungle. They were moving toward the rows of still standing shacks then, and faces were beginning to turn toward them. There was a little stir of apathetic puzzlement at the sight of the white man who had been set free. That white man looked suddenly at Paula, then at Bell. "I've been turned into a beast. Look here, Bell, there were maybe 10 and 15 of us in that cage at one time. Men the deputies sent up for the purpose. We were allowed to go mad, 1 and 2 at a time, for the edification of the populace, to keep the camaradas scared. Those of us who weren't going mad just used to have to band together and kill them. Cage has been the most awful hell on earth any devil ever contrived. Put 3 women in there once with their hands already writhing. Oh." Bell's face was as cold and hard as if it was carved from marble. "I didn't live through it," said the man harshly. "By being soft, I've got less than no time to live sane anyhow. I was thinking of shooting you in the back because the young lady—" He laughed as Bell's revolver muzzle stirred. "I'm telling you," said the man in ghastly merriment, "because I thought 114 had set me the example of ditching the service for his own life, but now it's different." He pointed. "There's a launch in that house with one of those outboard motors. It was used to keep up communication with the boat gangs that sweat the heavy supplies up the river. It'll float in 3 inches of water. You can pole it when the water's too shallow to let the propeller turn. This rabble will mob you if you try to take it. It'll take them just about this long to realize they're deserted. I think your deputy, at least, would have dared release me. Gotta convince them of it, then use this gun to give you a head start. I'll give you 2 hours, it ought to be enough, and then... Bell nodded. I'm not service, but I'll say it's known. The white man laughed again. Some sigh for the glories of this world, and some for a prophet's paradise to come. I thought I was hard, Bell, but I find I prefer to have my record clean in the service, where nobody else will see it, than to take what pleasure I might snatch before I die. Queer, isn't it? Old Omar was wrong. Watch me bluff, flinging away the cash for credit of doubtful value, and all for the rumble of a distant drum it'll be muted. They were surrounded by swarming, fawning, frightened camaradas, who implored the senor to tell him if he were deputy of the master, and if he were here to make sure nothing evil befell them. They worked for the master, and they desired nothing save to labor all their lives for the master, only, the master would allow no evil to befall them. The white man waved his arms grandiloquently. The senor you behold, he proclaimed in the barbarous Portuguese of the hinterland of Brazil. Gross. Anyway, has released me from the cage in which he saw me. He's the deputy of the master himself and is enraged because the landing lights on the field were not burning, so his airplane fell down into the jungle. He brings news of great value from me to the master, which will make me finally a sub-deputy of the master. I have a revolver, as you see, with which I could kill him, but he dares not permit me to die, since I've given him news for the master. I shall wait here, and he will go and send an airplane, with the grace of the master, for me and for all of you. Bell snarled an assent in the arrogant fashion of the deputies of the master. He waited furiously while the service man argued eloquently and fluently. He fingered his revolver suggestively when a wave of panic swept over the swarming mob for no especial reason. Then he watched grimly while the light little metal-bottomed boat was carried to the water's edge and loaded with food, fuel, and arms and ammunition, even mosquito bars. The white man grinned queerly at Bell as he extended his hand in a final handshake. I, who am about to die, salute you, he said mockingly. This is a hell of a world, Bell. I'm sure we could design a better one somehow. Bell felt a horrible, ghastly shock. The hand that gripped his was writhing in his grasp. Quite so. Started about 5 minutes ago. In theory, I've got about 48 hours. I don't dare to wait that long if I'm to die like the white man I am. Lingering vanity insists on that. Hope you get out, Bell. If you want to do me a favor, he grinned again mirthlessly, you might see that the master and as many of his deputies as you can manage join me in hell at the earliest possible moment. Shan't mind so much if I can watch them. He put his hands quickly in his pockets as the little outboard motor caught and the launch went on down the river. He didn't even look after them. The last Bell saw of him was he was swaggering up by the little hillside above the river's edge, surrounded by scared inhabitants of the workmen's shacks, and scoffing in a superior fashion at their fears. Chapter 12. It took Bell just 8 days to reach the Paraguay, and those 8 days were like an age-long nightmare of toil and discomfort and more than a little danger. The launch was headed downstream, of course. And with the current behind it, it made good time. For the distances of Brazil are infinite, and the jungles of Brazil are malevolent, and the route down the Rio Lourenço was designed by the architect of hell. Radalis lay in wait to destroy the little boat. Insects swarmed about to destroy its voyagers, and the jungle loomed above them, passively malignant, and waited for them to die. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I needed to make sure my phone wasn't on fire. Anyway, as if physical sufferings were not enough, Bell saw Paolo wilt and grow pale. All the way down the river they passed little clearings at nearly equal distances, and men came trembling out of the little houses upon those fidenzas, and fawned upon the senor who was in the launch that had come from upriver, and so must be in the service of the master himself. The clearings and tiny houses had been placed upon the river for the service of the terribly labouring boat gangs, who brought the heavier supplies up the river to the master's central depot. Men at these clearings had been enslaved and ordered to remain at their posts, serving all those upon the business of the master. They fawned abjectly upon Bel because he was of Ocientes, and so presumably was empowered, as the master had empowered his more intelligent subjects, to exact the most degraded of submission from all beneath him in the horrible conspiracy. Once again Bel was humbly implored by a panic-stricken man to administer the grace of the master to a moody and irritable child of 12 or so. She sees the red spot, senor. He sees the first sign. I've served the master faithfully. And Bel could do nothing. He went on savagely. Once he passed a gang of camaradas laboring to get heavily loaded dugouts up a fiendish radal. They had ropes out and were hauling at them from the bank, while some of their number were chest deep in the rushing water, pushing the dugouts against the stream. They're headed for the plantation. They'll need the grace of the master by the time they get there. It's abandoned, but if I tell them, men with no hope at all are not to be trusted after all. Not when they're mixtures of 3 or more races, white and black and red, steeped in ignorance and superstition, and moreover long subject to such masters as these men had had. Bel had to think of Paula. Just gonna remind everyone of the disclaimer here. These are old. Short version. He could have landed and haughtily ordered them to float or even carry the light boat to the calmer waters below. They would have obeyed and cringed before him, but he shot the rapids from above, with the little motor roaring past rocks and walls of jungle beside the foaming water at a speed that chilled his very blood. Paula said nothing. She was white and listless. Bel himself was being preyed upon by a bitter blend of horror and a deep-seated rage that consumed him like a fever. He had fever itself, of course, as well. He was taking, and forcing Paula to take, 5 grains of quinine a day. It had been included among his stores as... welcome... It sure is cold out there, I agree. Welcome Sword and Roses to the igloo. That's a great username, Sword and Roses. Very nice. It really is cold out there. Glad that you've joined us in the igloo, Sword and Roses. I almost forgot I had the snow shoveling noises. For a second I was like, snow shoveling? Anyway, quinine, that's where we were. And with the fever working in his brain, he found himself holding long, imaginary conversations in which one part of his brain reproached the other part for having destroyed the plantation of the master. The labors upon that plantation had been abandoned to the murder madness because of his deed. The caretakers of the tiny fazenda on the river bank were now ignored. Bel felt himself a murderer because he'd caused the master's deputies to cast them off in a callous indifference to their inevitable fate. He suffered the tortures of the damned, and grew morose and bitter, and could only escape that self-torture by coddling his hatred of Riviera and the master. Thanks for dropping by, Swords and Roses. I appreciate it. I do my best to give off chill vibes. Have a great evening. He imagined torments to be inflicted upon them which would adequately repay them for their crimes, and racked his feverish brain for memories of the appalling atrocities which can be committed upon the human body without destroying its capacity to suffer. It wasn't normal. It wasn't sane, but it filled Bel's mind, and somehow kept him from the end of his life during the horrible passage of the river. He hardly dared speak to Paula. There was a time when he counted the days since he'd been a guest at Ribiera's estate outside of Rio, and frenziedly persuaded himself that he saw red spots before his eyes. He would soon have the murder madness. Then he thought of the supplies in Ribiera's plane, which they'd escaped from Rio. They'd eaten that food. It was almost unconsciously then that he saw the narrow water on which the launch was floated valiantly grow wider day by day. When at last it debouched suddenly into a vast stream, whereon a clumsy steamer piled in beneath a When at last it debouched suddenly into a vast stream, whereon a clumsy steamer plied itself beneath a self-made cloud of smoke, he stared dully at it for minutes before he realized. He said suddenly, and listened in amazement to his own voice. It was hoarse and harsh and croaking.
Paolo, we've made it. This must be the Paraguay.
She roused herself and looked about like a person waking from a lethargic sleep. Then her lips quivered and she tried to speak and couldn't, and tears fell silently from her eyes, and all at once she was sobbing bitterly. That sign of the terrific strain she'd been under served more than anything else to jolt Bell out of his abnormal state of mind. He moved over to her and clumsily put his arm about her, and comforted her as best he could, and she sat sobbing with her head on his shoulder, gasping in a form of hysterical relief until the engine behind them spluttered and coughed and died. When Bell looked, the last drop of gasoline was gone. But the motor had served its purpose. It had run manfully on an almost infinitesimal consumption of gasoline for 8 days. It hadn't missed an explosion, save when it was wiring, when its wiring was wetted by spray, and now... Bell hauled the engine inboard and got out the oars from under the seats. He got the little boat to midstream, and they floated down until a village of squalid huts appeared on the eastern bank. He landed there, and with much bargaining and a haughty demeanor disposed of the boat to the skipper of a batallo in exchange for a passage downriver as far as Columbia. Columbia with an R? Okay. The rate was outrageously high, but he had little currency with him and dared go no farther on a vessel which carried a boat of the master's ownership, conspicuously towed behind. At Columbia he purchased clothes less obviously of Ostientes, both for himself and for Paula, and that same afternoon was able to arrange for the passage to Asuncion as deck passengers on a river steamer going downstream. It was as two peasants then that they rode in sweltering heat amid a swarming and odorous mass of fellow humanity downstream. But it was a curious relief in some ways. The people about them were gross and unwashed and stupid, but they were human. There was none of that diabolical feeling of terror all about. There were no strained, fear-haunted faces upon the deck reserved for deck passengers and other cattle. The talk was ungrammatical and literal and of the earth. The women were stolid-faced and reserved, but when the long rows of hammocks were slung out in the open air, in the casual fashion of sleeping arrangements in the back country of all South America, it was blessedly peaceful to realize the folk who snored so lustily were merely human. Human animals, one might even say, with no thought about their farinha and fejos on the morrow, but human. On the second day they passed the old fort at Coimbra and went on. The passage into Paraguayan territory was signalized by an elaborate customs inspection, and 3 days later Asuncion itself displayed its red-tiled roofs and adobe walls upon the shore. Bell had felt some confidence in his ability to pass muster with his Spanish, though his Portuguese was limited, and it was a shock when the captain of the steamer summoned him to his cabin with a gesture before the steamer docked. Bell left Paula among the other deck passengers and went with the peasant's air of suspicious humility to the captain's quarters, but the captain's pose of grandeur vanished at once when the door closed. "Senor," said the steamer captain humbly, "I have not spoken to you before. I knew you would not wish it, but tell me, senor, have you any news of what the master plans?" Bell's eyes flickered at the same time that a cold apprehension filled him. "Why do you speak to me of the master?" The steamer captain stammered. The man was plainly frightened at Bell's tone. Bell relaxed, his flash of panic for Paula gone. "I know that the great fazenda has been deserted. On my last trip down, senor, I brought many of the high deputies who had been there. They warned me not to speak, senor, but I saw that you were not what you seemed, and I thought you might be going about to see who obeyed the master's orders." Bell nodded. "This is my mission. Don't speak of it further, not even to the deputy in Asuncion." The captain stammered again. "But I must see the Senor Francia. I'd report to him after every trip if he thought I did not report all that I learned." "It is my order. If he reproaches you, say the one that has orders from the master himself gave them to you. Do not speak of the destruction of the fazenda. I am searching especially for the man who caused it. Wait, I'll take your name and you shall give me, say, 1,000 pesos. Need of money to bribe a fool that couldn't waste time on up country. It'll be returned to you." Again the captain stammered, but Bell stared at him haughtily, and he knelt abjectly before the ship's safe.
Asuncion, as everybody knows, is a city of 60,000 people and the capital of a republic which enjoyed the rule of a family of hereditary dictators for 60 years, which rule ended in a war wherein 4/5 of the population was wiped out. And since that's beginning, it's averaged 8 revolutions to Mexico's 3, has had the joy of knowing 7 separate presidents in 5 years, none of them elected, and now boasts a population approximately 2/3 illegitimate and full of pride in its intellectual and artistic tastes. Belle and Paolo made their way along the cobbled streets, away from the river, surrounded by other similarly peasant-seeming folk. Belle told her curtly what had happened with the steamer captain. "It's the devil. This whole republic's under the master's thumb. Except among the peasants, we can count on nearly everybody being on the lookout for us. If they so much as suspect we're alive, and they may be, because I doesn't burn their damn fazenda. So," Paolo smiled at him rather wanly. "What are you going to do, Charles?" "Get a boat, one with 3 or 4 men if I can. If I can buy it with the skipper's money, I will, but I can't take you to bargaining, and look suspicious." They had reached the central plaza of the town. The market swarmed with brown-skinned folk and seemed to overflow with fruits. A man was unconcernedly shoveling oranges out of a cart with a shovel as if they'd been so much coal. A market woman, just as inconcertedly, dropped some of the same golden fruit with a small pen where a piglet awaited a purchaser. To the left there were rows of unshaded stalls where the infinitely delicate handmade Paraguayan lace was exposed for sale. I think I will go in the cathedral. I'll be very devout, Charles. You'll find me there when you return. I'll be safe there, certainly." He walked with her across the crowded plaza. He should have known that your peasant does not stride with head up, but regarding the ground, that a man who works heavily droops his shoulders with weariness at the end of the day, and especially he could have realized that Paraguay is not, strictly speaking, a Latin American nation. It's Latin Indian, in which the population graduates very differently, from a substratum of nearly or quite pure Indian race to an aristocracy of nearly or quite pure Spanish descent. The color of a man's skin fixes his place in society. Both Belle and Paolo were too light of skin for the peasants' clothes they wore. They aroused curiosity at once. If it was not an active curiosity, it was nevertheless curiosity of a sort. But Belle left her in the shadowy, cool interior of the cathedral, which seemed so pitifully small to be the center of religion for a nation. He saw her move toward one of the candlelit niches in the wall, and fall quite simply on her knees there. And he moved off to wander aimlessly down to the river shore and stare about and presently begin a desultory conversation with Sleepy Boatman. Sleepy Boatman sounds like the name of, like, a limited run IPA. You know what I mean? Sounds like a, limited run IPA from a small brewer, and, like, the gimmick is that they've aged the beer or something on a boat for a while, and so it's called Sleepy Boatman. Anyway, it was 3 hours and more before we returned to the cathedral, and Paolo was talking to someone. Talking to a woman in the most discreet of mantilla'd church-going costumes. Paolo saw him in the doorway and uttered a little cry of relief. She came hurrying to him. "Charles, I found a friend, Isabella Ibarra. We were schoolmates in the United States, and she's just come back from Paris, so you see, she cannot—" "I see." Paolo was speaking very swiftly and very softly. "We went to school together, Charles. I trust her. You must trust her also. There's no danger this time. Isabella's never even heard of the master, so you see—" "I see that you found someone you can trust. I found that the captain of the steamer had gone to the master's deputy here. While I was talking to some boatmen, a warning was given to look out for a man and a woman together who may try to buy a boat. We're described, and only the fact that I was alone kept me from being suspected. Police, soldiers, everybody's looking out for us. Paraguay is under the master's thumb more completely than any other nation on the continent." The figure to which Paolo had been talking was moving slowly toward them. A smiling, brown-eyed face twinkled at them. "You must be Charles," said a warm and chuckling voice. "Paula has raved, senor. I'm going to take her off in my carriage. She's my maid, and you will follow the carriage on foot, and I will have the majordomo let you in the servants' entrance, and the 3 of us will conspire." It was incongruous to hear the English of a girls' finishing school from the mantilla'd young woman who beamed mischievously at him. She had the delighted air of one aiding a romance. It was doubly incongruous because of the dark and shadowy cathedral in which they were, and the raucous noises of the market and the plaza without. Belle had a sense of utter unreality as Isabella's good-humored voice went on. Do you remember, Paula, the time the French teacher caught us in the pantry? I shall feel just like that time. This is dangerous, and it's very serious indeed. Oh, pooh-pooh. Paula, you didn't even know I was married a whole year and a half. And he's a darling, really. I'm the Signora Isabella Ibarra de Zulaga, if you believe it. Bow gracefully. Jaime came all the way to Rio to meet me last month. I'm wild about him, Paula. But come on, follow me humbly like a nice little mestizo girl who wants to be my maid. I'll let you ride with the cochero, and Charles will follow behind us. She swept out of the cathedral with the air of a grande dame, suppressing a giggle, and Paula went humbly behind her. And Belle trudged through the dust and the blistering sun, while the highly polished carriage jolted over cobblestones, and the youthful Signora Isabella Ibarra de Zulaga beamed blissfully at the universe, which did not realize that she was a conspirator, and Paula sat modestly beside the brown-skinned cochero. It was not a long ride, nor a long walk, though the sun was insufferable. The capital of Paraguay is not large. It's a sleepy, somnolent little town, in which the most pretentious building was begun as the presidential palace and wound up as the home of a bank. But there are bullet marks on the facade of the Museo Nacional, and there's still an empty pedestal there, here and there throughout the city, where the heroes of last year's revolution in bronze have been pulled down, and the heroes of this year's uprising of the people have not yet been set up. Red-tiled roofs give the city color, and the varying shades of its populace give it variety. The fact that below the wider class of its inhabitants, Guriani is spoken instead of Spanish adds to the individuality of its effect. But the house into which the carriage turned could have been built in Reno or Buenos Aires without comment on its architecture. Had the outer bleakness of most private homes of South America, but if it was huge and its windows were barred, the patio into which Belle was ushered by a bewildered and suspicious majordomo made up in color and in charm for all that the exterior lacked. A fountain played amid myriad flowers. Macaws and parrots and other caged birds hung in their cages, all about the colonnade around the court, and Belle found Paula being introduced to a pale young man in a stiff collar and unspeakably formal mourning clothes of the South Americans of the upper class. Jaime, said Isabella, beaming, this is Charles, whom Paula's to marry. It's romantic, it's fascinating. I depend on you to give him clothes so that all their servants won't stare goggle-eyed at him. I'm going to take Paula up at once and dress her. There are guests, and Jaime, you must threaten all the servants terribly so they'll keep it very secret. There's such two terrible people with us. Paula smiled at Belle, and he saw that she felt utterly safe and wholly at peace. Something was hammering at Belle's brain, warning him, and he couldn't understand what it was. But he exchanged the decorous limp handshake, which is conventional south of Panama, and followed his unsmiling host to rooms where a servant laid out a bewildering assortment of garments. They were all rather formal, the sort of clothing that's held to be fitting for a man of position where Spanish is the official, if not the common, tongue. His host retired without words, and Belle came out later to find him sipping moodily at a drink, waiting for him, where he wiped his forehead. Please seated, senor, until the ladies join us. He wiped his forehead again and watched somberly while Belle poured a drink. Isabella, he seemed to find it difficult to speak. She has told me a little, but there is no time for more than a little. I do not wish to have her tell me too much. She does not understand. She was educated in North America, where customs are different. She demands that I assist you in the senorita. Is it the senorita? Belle stiffened. In all Spanish America, the conventions are strict. For a man and a woman to travel together, even perforce and for a short distance, automatically damns the woman. Go on. His host was very pale indeed. She demands that I assist you and the senorita to escape the police and the government. Provided you do not tell me who you are, I will attempt it, but I wonder if you've ever seen red spots dancing before your eyes. His host went utterly livid at this. Zuluaga looked down at his hands as if expecting unguessable things of them. Then he shrugged and said harshly, I have, senor. So you see that Isabella, who does not know, is asking me to risk not only my life, but her honor. Belle said nothing for a moment. He was a little pale. And your honor? The pallor on the face of the Senor Jaime Zulaga was horrible. He tried to speak and couldn't, so he stood up and managed to say, "So much will I risk because you have been my guest. Until tomorrow morning you are safe unless the Senor Francia has spies within my own house. I will attempt even to procure a boat, but..." Something made Bell turn. The majordomo was moving quickly out of sight. Like a flash, Bell was upon him, and like a flash, the knife came out. Bell's host gasped. The fact that his servant had spied was more than obvious, and he'd spoke treason against the master. He leaned against the table, sick and trembling and mumbling of despair, while there were crashes in the room into which Bell had plunged, white bodies thrashing about on the floor, and while stertorous breathing grew less and stopped, Bell came back, breathing hard. The front of his coat was slashed open. "He's dead. He'd have reported what you said, so I killed him. Now I gotta do something with his body." He helped in the horrible task, while his host grew more and more shaken. No other servants came near, and Bell could almost read the thoughts that went through Zulaga's brain. One servant had spied to report his treason, and that meant assassination for himself as the least of punishments, and for his wife. But there would be no punishment if he went first to the deputy and said that Bell had killed the majordomo. Bell left the house before dusk, desperately determined to steal a craft of some sort, return for Paula, and get away from Asuncion before dawn. He returned after an hour. In the morning a man would be found bound and gagged with 500 pesos stuffed into his pockets. His boat had vanished. But there was a commotion before the house where Paula waited fearfully. A carriage stood there with a company of mounted soldiers about it. Someone was being put into it. As Bell broke into a run toward the house, the carriage started up and the soldiers trotted after it. Paula was taken. Brr, brr, brr. Out of curiosity. Yeah, after this, we got 2 more chapters here, and then the Reader's Corner. Actually, you know what? We will hold off and sit on that suspense for a little bit. I think it's time for a little intermission. I'm going to grab some water, pet my pets, stretch my legs. That whole affair, you know? Have a little break yourself. Enjoy the hurdy-gurdy music, stretch, get hydrated. That goes double if you've been sitting around with me throughout this whole time. Definitely stretch and get hydrated. Take any necessary meds if you need them. Pet your pets. Definitely for petting your pets. Post them in the Discord for me. We'll be back in about 15 minutes here. So do enjoy the music while I'm out. Don't make anything explode. And we'll come back with chapter 13 of this little story. don't know how y'all feel about the hurdy-gurdy music, but I really like it. Like, not only does it kind of make me chuckle a little bit, uh, I also just like genuinely enjoy the sound of a hurdy-gurdy. I know that's kind of wild to say, but I do. It's actually like a very entertaining instrument for me. So, let me get just one last stretch in here. Really stretch my leggies out real far. Stretch my leggies out good. And let's get back to the book we were reading. Do I have a Gutenberg command? Come to think of it, I don't think I've mentioned Project Gutenberg lately. Project Gutenberg. I don't. Project Gutenberg is where I get all the books for this show. It's essentially a massive library of public domain ebooks. So anything I read on here, I link in the show notes for the podcast. But also, you can just go to Project Gutenberg and look up yourself, like, any number of books. Anything, I believe it's 1950 something now. Anything at least 95 years old as of this year is in the public domain, and so therefore is guaranteed to be on Project Gutenberg. Project Gutenberg is much more strict about what they allow to be distributed than archive.org. Archive.org has a lot of controlled digital lending agreements with a lot of libraries, but Project Gutenberg, everything on there is 100% public domain, so you can make do with it as you would, just like I am. Well, you don't have to do it just like I'm doing it, but you can make whatever you want out of it. That's the whole point of the public domain. No strings attached. And genuinely, Project Gutenberg has been such a help for this, finding some copies of these books would have been just impossible otherwise. I mean, we would not have been reading any of Astounding Stories without it. I can tell you that much. We would have run out of books, like, easily 40 to 50 episodes ago if it were not for Project Gutenberg. So give it a look. I really like it, and I think you will too if you like with the show. While I'm promoting things... Oh, bonk. Bonk. I didn't notice you sitting there. Bonk. Sorry, I kind of bonked the library a little bit. While I'm promoting things, I do in fact have a Discord. I do in fact have a YouTube. I do in fact have a TikTok, begrudgingly. I'm all over the internet as Glacier Nestor, so if you like what I'm doing but you don't want to listen to me read books more, there's always the rest of my stuff. I'll talk more about that at the end of the show. Let's dive in to chapter 13 here. That night, Bell turned burglar. To attempt a rescue of Paolo was simply out of the question. He was entirely aware that he'd be expected to do such a thing and that it'd be adequately guarded against. Therefore, he prepared for a much more desperate enterprise by burglarizing a bookstore in the particularly neat method in which the members of the trade are instructed. The method was invented by a member of the trade who was an ex-cabinet maker and who perished disreputably. He killed a certain courier of a certain foreign government, thereby preventing a minor war and irritating two governments excessively, and was hanged. The method, of course, is simplicity itself. One removes the small nails which hold the molding of a door panel in place. The molding comes out, so does the panel. One enters through the panel, commits one's burglary, and comes out, replacing the molding and the nails with reasonable care. Depending on the care with which the replacing is done, the means of entrance is more or less undiscoverable, but it is usually used when it is not intended that the burglary will ever be discussed. Bell abstracted 2 books, wrapping paper and twine, and he departed using great care. He walked 3 miles out of town into the banks of the Paraguay. There he carefully saturated the pages of both books in water, carefully keeping the bindings from being wetted. Then he tore one book to pieces, saving the leaves and inserting them between the leaves of the other book. Then, with a Brazil nut candle for illumination, he began to write. You see, when two thoroughly wetted pieces of paper are placed one above the other with a hard surface, such as the cover of another book, under them, you can write upon the top one with a stick. The writing will show dark against the gray of the saturated paper. You then remove the top sheet and end the writing reproduced on the bottom sheet. And then you can dry the second sheet and find the marking vanished until it's wetted again. It is, in fact, a method of watermarking paper, and it is the simplest of all methods of invisible writing. Bell wrote grimly for hours. The book he had chosen was an old one, an ancient copy of one of Lope de Vega's plays, and the pages were wrinkled and yellow from their age alone. When by dawn the last page was dried out, there was no sign that anything other than antiquity had affected the paper, and Bell wrapped it carefully and addressed it to an elderly senora of literary tastes in San Juan, Puerto Rico, and enclosed an affectionate letter to his very dear aunt, and signed it with an entirely improbable name. It was mailed before sunrise, the necessary stamps having been filched from the burglarized bookstore, the price thereof being carefully inserted in the till. Bell had made a complete and painstaking report of every fact that he had himself come upon in the matter of the master and his slaves, and appended to it a copy of the report of the dead Secret Service operative number 114. He destroyed that after copying it, and he concluded that since he had been given dismissal by Jameson and Rio, he considered himself at liberty to take whatever steps he saw so fit. And since the Senorina Paula Canalejas had been kidnapped by the agents of the master, he intended to take steps which might possibly bring about her safety, but would almost certainly cause his own death. The report should at least be of assistance if the trade set to work to combat the master. Bell had no information whatsoever about that still mysterious and still more horrible person himself, but what he knew about the master's agents he sent to a lady in Puerto Rico who has an astonishingly large number of far-ranging nephews. And then Bell got himself adequately shaved, bought a hearty breakfast, and then, after one or two heartening drinks, was driven grandly to the residence of the Senor Francia, deputy of the master for the Republic of Paraguay. The servants who admitted him gazed blankly when he gave his name. A door was hastily closed behind him. He was ushered into an elaborate reception room, and after an agitated pause, no less than 6 separate frock-coated persons appeared and pointed large revolvers at him, while a 7th searched him exhaustively. Bell submitted, amusingly. "And now, I suppose the Senor Francia will receive me?" There was more agitation at this. The 6 men remained with their weapons pointed at him. The 7th departed, and Bell redressed himself in a leisurely fashion. 10 minutes later, a slender, dark-skinned man with an impeccably waxed mustache entered, regarded Bell with an entirely impersonal interest, took one of the revolvers from one of the 6 frock-coated gentlemen, and seated himself comfortably. He waved his hand, and they filed uneasily from the room. So far, not one word had been spoken. Bell retrieved his cigarette case and lighted up with every appearance of ease. "I've come to request that I be sent to the master. I believe he's anxious to meet me." The dark eyes scrutinized him coldly. Then Francia smiled. "Pero si, he is very anxious to see you. I suppose you know what fate awaits you?" His smile was amiable and apparently quite friendly, but Bell shrugged. "I suppose he wants to converse with me. I think I've been his most successful opponent to date, so far." Francia smiled again. It was curious how his smile, which seemed at first so genuine and so friendly, had become unspeakably unpleasant on its repetition. "Yes." Francia seemed to debate some matter of no great importance. "You've been very annoying, Senor Bell. The Senor Ribiera asked that you be sent to him. It was his intention to execute you privately. He described a rather amusing method to me, and I must confess that you've annoyed me likewise. Since the Cuyaba plantation's destroyed, my subjects have been much upset. They've been frightened, even stubborn. Only last week," he smiled pleasantly, and the effect was horrible, "last week I desired the society of a lady who was my subject, and her husband considered that since the fazenda was destroyed, the master would be powerless to extend his grace before long in any event. So he shot his wife and himself, It annoyed me enough to make me feel it'd be a pleasure to kill you. He raised the revolver meditatively. Well? Francia lowered the weapon and laughed. Oh, I shall not do it. I think the master would be most displeased. You seem to have the type of courage he most desires in his deputies, and it may yet be that I shall greet you as my fellow deputy, or perhaps my fellow viceroy. So I shall send you to him. I will say that you have about an even chance of dying very unpleasantly or of being a deputy. Therefore I offer you such courtesies as I may. Bell puffed a cloud of smoke toward the ceiling. Well, I'm about out of cigarettes. And they shall be supplied, and if you desire feminine society, I'll have some of my pretty subjects. No. I'd like to speak to the Signorina Cavalejas, no? Francia chuckled. She left for Buenos Aires last night. Senor Riviera sent a most impatient message for her to be sent on at once. I regretted it, but he had the master's authority. I thought her charming myself. The skin about Bell's knuckles was white. His hands had clenched savagely. In that event, the only other courtesy that I'd ask is following her as soon as possible. Francia rose, languidly. The revolver dangled by his side, but his grip upon it was firm. He smiled at Bell with the same effect of a horrible, ghastly geniality. Within the hour, senor. With the guard I shall place over you, it's no harm, I'm sure, to observe that the master's at his retreat in Punta Arenas. You will go there tomorrow, as I go tonight. He moved toward the door and smiled again, adding pleasantly, The Signorina was delivered to the Senor Ribiera this morning. Matters moved swiftly after that. A servant brought cigarettes and a tray of liquors, which Bell didn't touch. There was the sound of movement, the scurrying, furtive haste, which seems to imply a desperate sort of fear. Bell waited in a terrible calmness, while rage hammered at his temples. Then the clattering of horse hooves outside. A carriage was being brought. Soldiers came in, and a man beckoned curtly. Bell stuffed his pockets with smokes and followed languidly. He was realizing there was little pretense of secrecy about the power of the master's deputy here. Police and soldiers, but Paraguay, of all the nations of the southern continent, has learned a certain calm realism about government matters. The man who's got power is obeyed. The man who has not power is not obeyed. Titles are of little importance, though it is the custom for the man with the actual power eventually to assume the official rank of authority. Since the president in Asuncion was no more than a figurehead who called anxiously upon the Signor Francia for every morning his instructions regarding the management of the nation, Francia indifferently ignored him whenever he chose and gave orders directly. There'd be very little surprise and no disorder whatsoever when the master proclaimed Paraguay a viceroyalty of his own intended empire. The carriage went smartly through the cobbled streets with a cavalry escort all about it. An officer sat opposite Bell with his hand on his revolver. I'm receiving at least the honors of royalty. Senor, this is the state in which the deputies of the master are escorted. He watched Bell heavily, but with the desperate intentness of a man who knows no excuses will be received if his prisoner escapes. Out of the town to a flying field, where a multi-engine plane was warming up. It was one of the ships that had been the master's fazenda of Cuyaba, one of the ships that had fled from the burning plantation. Bell was ushered into it with a ceremonious suspicion. Almost immediately he was handcuffed to his seat. Two men took their place behind him, and the big ship rolled forward, lifted, steadied, and after a single circling, set out to the southeast for Buenos Aires. The whole performance had been run off with the smoothly oiled precision of an iron discipline exercised upon men in the grip of deadly fear. One man, at least, has some qualities that fit him for the job, reflected Bell grimly. And then, for hour after hour, the big ship went steadily southeast. It flew over Paraguayan territory for 2 hours, soaring high over the Lago Yupua, and on over the swampy country that extends to the Argentine border. It ignored that border and all customs formalities. It went on through long hours of flight, while mountains rose before it. It rose over those mountains and passed over the first railroad line, the first real sign of civilization since leaving Asuncion at Mercedes, and reached the Uruguay River, while the Marinja joins it. It went roaring on down above the valley of the Rio Uruguay for long and tedious hours more. At about noon, lunch was produced. The two men who guarded Bell ate, and then with drawn revolvers they unlocked his handcuffs and offered him food. He ate exactly those foods which he had seen them eat. He submitted indifferently to the reapplication of his fetters. He'd reached a state which was curiously emotionless. If Paolo had been turned over to Ribiera that morning, Paolo was dead. And just as there is a state of grief which stuns the mind past the realization of its loss, so too is there a condition of hatred which leads to an enormous calmness and an unnatural absence of any tremor. Bell had reached that state. The instinct of self-preservation had gone lax. Where a man normally thinks first, if unconsciously, of the protection of his body from injury or pain, Bell had come to think first, and with the same terrible clarity, of the accomplishment of revenge. He'd accept the master's terms, and the master offered them. He'd become the master's subject, accepting the poison of madness without a qualm. He'd act and speak and think as a subject of the master, until his opportunity came. And then... his absolute calmness would have deceived most men, may have even deceived his guards. Time passed. The Rio de la Plata spread out widely below the roaring multi-engined plain, and the vast expanse of buildings which is Buenos Aires appeared far ahead in the gathering dusk. Little twinkling lights blinked into being upon the water and the earth far away. Then one of the two guards touched Bell on the shoulder. "Senor," he said sharply above the motor's muffled roar, "we shall land. A car shall drop beside the plane. There will be no customs inspection. That's been arranged for. You could have no hope of escape. I ask if you will go quietly into the car." "Why not? I went to Senor Francia of my own accord." The guard leaned back. The city of Buenos Aires spread out below them. The tumbled, congested old business quarter glittered in all its offices, and the broad Avenida de Mayo cut its way as a straight slash of glittering light through the section of the city to the eastward. By contrast, from above, the far-flung suburbs seemed dark and somber. The big plain roared above the city, settling slowly, banked steeply, and circled upon its farther side, and dipped down toward what seemed to be an absurdly small area, which sprang into a pinkish glow on their descent. That area was spread out as the descent continued, though, and was a level and wide field when the ship flattened out and checked and lumbered to a stop. A glistening black car came swiftly, humming into place alongside almost before the clumsy aircraft ceased to roll. Its door opened. Two men got out and waited. The hangars were quite 200 yards away, and Bell saw the glitter of weapons held inconspicuously, but quite ready. He stepped out of the cabin of the plane with a revolver muzzle pressing into his spine. Other revolver muzzles pressed sharply into his sides as he reached earth. Smiling faintly, he took 4 steps, clambered up into the glistening black car, and settled down comfortably into the seat. The two men who had waited by the car followed him. The door closed, and Bell was in padded silence that was acutely uncomfortable for a moment. A dome light glowed brightly, however, and he lighted very nearly the last of the cigarettes from Asuncion, with every appearance of composure as the car started off with a lurch. The windows were blank. Thick, upholstered padding covered the spaces where openings should have been. There was only the muffled vibration of a motor and the occasional, curiously distinct noise of a flexing spring. "Just as a matter of curiosity, what's the excuse given on the flying field for this performance, or is that entire staff subject to the master too?" 2 revolvers were bearing steadily upon him, and the 2 men watched him with the unwavering attention of men whose lives depend upon their vigilance. "You, senor," said one of them without expression or smile, "are the corpse of a prominent politician who died yesterday at his country home." And then for half an hour or more the car drove swiftly and stopped, and drove swiftly forward again as if in traffic. Then there were many turns, then a slow and cautious traverse over relatively few feet. It stopped, and then the engine vibration ceased. "I advise you, senor," said the same man who had spoken before, and in the same emotionless voice, "not to have hope of escape in the moment of alighting. We are in an enclosed court. There are 2 gates locked behind us." Bell shrugged as there was the clatter of a lock operating. The door swung wide. He stepped down into a courtyard surrounded by nearly bare walls. It had once been the patio of a private home of some charm, but now it was bleak and empty. A few discouraged flowers grew weedily in one corner. The glow of light in the sky overhead assured Bell that he was in the very heart of Buenos Aires, but only the most subdued of rumbles spoke of the activity and the traffic of the city going on without. "This way," said the man with the expressionless voice. The other man followed. The chauffeur of the car stood aside as if some formality required him neither to start the motor or return to his seat until Bell was clear of the courtyard. Through a heavy timber door, along a passageway with an odor of neglect, upstairs which once had been impressive and ornamental, into a room without windows. "You will have an interview with the Señorita Canalejas in 5 minutes," said the emotionless voice. The door closed while Bell found every separate muscle in his body drew taut, and while his brain was at first dazed with incredulous relief, it then went dark with a new and ghastly terror. "They know your way," which he heard himself saying coldly, "which makes any person obey any command. They may know other and more hellish ones yet." He fought for self-control, which meant the ability to conceal absolutely any form of shock that might await him. That one was in store, he was certain. He paced grimly the length of the room and back again, when something on the carpet caught his eye. A bit of string. He stared at it incredulously. The end was tied into a curious and individual knot, which looked like it might be the pastime of a sailor, and looked like it ought to be fairly easy to tie. But it was one of those knots which wandering men sometimes tie absent-mindedly in the presence of stirring events. It was the recognition knot of the trade, one of those signs by which men may know each other in strange and peculiar situations. And there were many other knots tied along the trailing length of the string. It seemed as if some nervous and distraught prisoner in this room might have toyed abstractedly with a bit of the cord. Only as Bell drew it through his fingers, double knot, single knot, double knot, they spelled out letters in the entirely simple Morse code of the telegrapher, if one noticed. RBRA, GN, on, PLA, here, street, target, J. Your old-time telegrapher uses many abbreviations, so that's literally RBRA, GN, ON, PLA, HREST, TGT, J. Your old-time telegrapher uses many abbreviations. Your shortwave fan uses more. And that's not even to say anything about a modern T9 texter. Mostly they're made by a simple omission of vowels in normal English words. When the recognition sign of the beginning was considered, the apparently cryptic letters leapt into their own meaning. Ribera gone on. Paula here. Sit tight, Jameson. When the door opened again and a terribly pale Paula was ushered in, Bill gave no surprise, or any sign of it, for that matter. He simply took her in her arms and kissed her. He took her in his arms and kissed her, holding her very, very close. Chapter 14. Paolo remained in the room with Belle for perhaps 20 minutes, and Belle had the feeling of eyes upon them and of ears listening to their every word. In their first embrace, in fact, he murmured a warning in her ear, and she gasped a little whispered word of comprehension, but it was at least a relief to be sure that she was alive and yet unharmed. Francie had been in error when he told Belle of Paolo's delivery to the Brazilian to be enslaved or killed, as Ribiera found most amusing. Or perhaps, of course, Francie had merely wanted to cause Belle all possible discomfort. It was clear, however, blessedly clear and evident, that Paola's pallor was due to nothing more than terror, a terror which was now redoubled because Belle was in the master's toils with her. Forgetting his warning, she whispered to him desperately that he must try to escape somehow before the master's poison was administered to him. Outside, he might do something to release her. Here, a prisoner, he was helpless. Belle soothed her, not daring to either confess the plan he'd formed of a feigned submission in order to wreak revenge, or to offer encouragement because of the message knotted in the piece of string by Jameson. And because of that caution she came to look at him with a queer doubt, and presently with a terrible, quiet grief. "Charles, you've been poisoned like the rest?" The feeling of watching eyes and listening ears was strong. Belle had a part to play, and the necessity for playing that part was the greater because now he was forced to hope. He hesitated, torn between the need to play his role for the invisible eavesdroppers and the desire to spare Paula. Her hand closed convulsively upon his. "Very well, Charles," she said quietly, though her lips quivered. If you're going to serve the master, I will serve him too if he'll let me stay always near you, but if he will not, then I can always die." Belle groaned, and the door opened silently. There were men standing without. An emotionless voice said, "Senorita, the Senor Ortiz will interview the Senor Belle." "I'm coming." She went, walking steadily. 2 men detached themselves from the group about the door and followed her. The others waited for Belle, and Belle clenched his hands and squared his shoulders and marched grimly with them. Again, long passages descending to what must have been a good deal below the surface of the earth, and then a massive door was opened, and light shone through, and Belle found himself standing on a rug of the thickest possible pile in a room of quite barbaric luxury, and facing a desk from which a young man was rising to greet him. This young man was no older than Belle himself, and he greeted Belle in a manner which mockery was entirely absent, but defiance was peculiarly strong. A bulky, round-shouldered figure wrote laboriously, a smaller desk to one side. Senor Belle, said the young man bitterly. "I did not ask you to shake hands with me. I'm Julio Ortiz, son of the man you befriended upon the steamer Almirante Gomez. I am also, by the command of the master, your jailer. Will you be seated?" Belle's eyes flickered. The older Ortiz had died by his own hand in the first stages of the murder madness the master's poison produced. He died gladly, and, in Belle's view, very gallantly. But his son... Of course, the master's deputies made a point of enslaving whole families when it was possible, and gave a stronger hold upon each of the members. "I beg of you to accept my invitation. I wish to offer you a much qualified friendship which I expect you to refuse." Belle sat down and crossed his knees. He lit a cigarette thoughtfully, thinking swiftly. "I remember and admire your father. I think that any man who died as bravely as he did is to be envied." The younger Ortiz had reseated himself as Belle sat down. Now he fingered nervously, wretchedly, the object on his desk. A penholder broke between his fingers, and he flung it irritably into the wastebasket. "You understand the obligations upon me. I am a subject of the master. You will realize that if you desire to escape, I cannot permit it, but you did my father a great kindness. Much of it I was able to discover from the persons on the boat. More from the wireless operator, who is also the subject of the master. You were not acting, senor, as a Secret Service operative in your attempt to help my father. You bore yourself as a very honorable gentleman. I wish to thank you. I imagine that anyone would have done what I did." He seemed to be quite at ease, but he was very dense indeed. The bulky, round-shouldered figure at the other desk was writing busily with a very scratchy pen. It was an abominable pen. Its sputtering was loud enough to be noticeable under any circumstances, but Belle was unusually alert just now, and suddenly he added still more dryly, "Helping a man in trouble is quite natural. One always gets it back. It's the sort of dealing with the future in which there's profit on every trade." He put the slightest emphasis on the last word, and waited, looking at young Ortiz, but listening with all his soul to the scratching of the pen, and that scratching sound ceased abruptly. The pen seemed to write smoothly all of an instant. Belle drew a deep breath of satisfaction. In the trade, when in doubt, one should use the word trade in one's first remark to the other man. Then the other man will ask you your trade, and you reply impossibly. It's then up to the other man to speak frankly first, but circumstances alter even recognition signs. Ortiz had not noticed any byplay, of course. Would have been rather extraordinary if he had. A pen that scratches so the sound is the Morse code for bell, play up, J is just unlikely enough to avoid all notice. Ortiz drummed upon the desk. Now, senor, what can I do that will serve you? I cannot release you, you know that. I'm not the deputy here. There's been a setback to the master's plans, and all the deputies are called to his retreat to receive instructions and to discuss. I've merely been ordered to carry out the deputy's routine labors until he returns. However, I will be obeyed in any matter. I can and will do anything that will make you more comfortable or even amuse you, from a change in your accommodations to providing you with companions. You observe that the limit of my capacity to prove my friendship is to offer my services as a pander. Bell gazed at the tip of his cigarette, letting his eyes wander around the room for an instant, and permitting them to rest for the fraction of a second upon the round-shouldered writing form by the side wall. I'm sufficiently amused. I asked to be sent to the master. He intends to make me an offer, I understand, or he did. May have changed his mind, but I'm curious. Your father told me a certain thing that seemed to indicate he didn't enjoy the service of the master. Your tone's quite loyal, but you're unhappy. Why do you serve him? Aside, of course, from the fact of having been poisoned by his deputy. Internally, Bell was damning Jameson feverishly. If he was to play up to Ortiz, why didn't Jameson give him some sign of how he was to do it, some tip? Herr Wedekind, perhaps you can explain. The round-shouldered figure swung about and bowed profoundly to Bell. There, Senor Ortiz, he said gutturally and in a sepulchral profundity. He does not understand himself. I have never said it before, but he serves the master because he despairs, and he will cease to serve the master when he hopes. And I serve the master because I hope, and I will cease to serve him when I despair. Ortiz looked curiously and almost suspiciously at the Germanic figure, which regarded him soberly through thick spectacles. It is not customary, Herr Wedekind, to speak of ceasing to serve the master. It is not customary to speak of many necessary things, said the round-shouldered figure dryly. Of our religions, for example, or of dear women we love, of our consciences, of various necessary biological functions, but in the presence of a young man who is their enemy of their master, we can speak freely, and you and I who serve him. You know that maybe their deputies serve because they enjoy it, but their subjects, they serve because they fear, and it is fear is intolerable. A man who is afraid is in an unstable condition. But sooner or later he's going to stop fearing because he gets used to it, when their master will have no more hold on him, or else he's going to stop fearing because he will kill himself. I want to make clear, I am articulating this accent based on how it's written, so if you're having trouble understanding what I'm saying, books in the show notes. To an outsider, the spectacle of the three men and their talk would have been very odd indeed. Two men who served the master, and one who had been his only annoying opponent, talking of the service of the master, quite amicably and without marked disagreement. Ortiz stirred and drummed nervously on the desk. The round-shouldered figure put the tips of its fingers together. How do you know that I serve because I despair? Bell watched keenly, began to see where the talk was trending, and waited alertly for the moment for him to speak. This was a battlefield, this too luxurious room in which young Ortiz seemed an alien. Rhetoric was the weapon which would now serve the best. Let us talk frankly. You and I, Senor Ortiz, have worked together. You are not defiled like most of the deputies, and I am not regret having been sent here to help you. I do not think a scoundrel like most of those who help the deputies, so you have liked me a little. Let us talk frankly. I am trapped. I am capable secretary. I speak several languages. I have no particular ambitions or loyalties. I am useful, so I was trapped. But you, Senor Ortiz, you are different. Ortiz suddenly smiled bitterly. It is a saying in Brazil, if I recall the words, a cauda do demonio e de rentas, the devil's tail is made of lace. That is the story? Bell said quietly, no. Ortiz stared at him. He was very pale, and suddenly he laughed without any amusement whatsoever. True, said Ortiz, and he smiled in that same bitterness. I've forgotten. I'm a slave, and the Herr Wedekind is a slave, and you, Senor Bell, are the enemy of our master. But I'd forgotten that we are gentlemen. In the service of the master, one does forget that there are gentlemen. He laughed again and lighted a cigarette with hands that shook a little. I loved a girl, he said, in cynical amusement. It's peculiar that one should love any woman, senores. Or do you, Senor Bell, find it natural? I loved this girl. It pleased my father. She was a family fully equal to their own, or to my own. Their wealth, their position, their traditions were quite equal. It was a most suitable match. Most remarkable of all, I loved her as one commonly loves, only when no such considerations exist. It's amusing to me now to think how deeply and how truly and terribly I loved her. Young Ortiz's pallor deepened as he smiled at them. His eyes, so dark as to be almost black, looked at them from a smiling mask of whiteness. I agree, Gariki. There used to be two Gutenberg commands, like, tied back to the same main command. I don't know. Maybe those got lost. Yeah, thank you for re-adding that command. I don't know what happened, because I initially had both of those tied to the same command that did basically that. Thank you for putting that back. There was no flaw anywhere. A romance of the most romantic. My father very happy, her family most satisfied and pleased, and I walked upon air. And then suddenly my father departed for the United States, quite without warning. He left a memorandum for me, saying that it was a matter of government, a secret matter. He would explain upon his return. I didn't worry. I haunted the house of my fiancée. The habits of her family are of the most liberal. I saw her daily, almost hourly. My infatuation grew. Then suddenly I grew irritable and saw red spots before my eyes. Her father took me to task about my nervousness. He led me kindly to a man of high position who poured out for me a little potion, and within an hour all of my terrible unease had vanished. Then they told me of the master, the poison I had been given in the house of my fiancée herself. They informed me that if I served the master, I'd be provided with the antidote which would keep me sane. I raged. Then the father of my fiancée told me that he and all his family served the master, that the girl I loved herself owed him allegiance. And while I would possibly have defied them and death itself, the thought of that girl not daring to wed me because of the poison in her veins, I saw then that she was in terror. I imagined the two of us comforting each other beneath the shadow of the most horrible of fates. Ortiz was silent for what seemed to be a long time, smiling mirthlessly at nothing. When his lips parted, it was to laugh, a horribly, horribly discordant laughter. I agreed. For the sake of my loved one, I agreed to serve the master that I might comfort her. And plans for our wedding, which had been often and inexplicably delayed, were set in train at once. And the deputy of the master entertained me often. I plied him with drinks, striving to learn all I could, hoping against hope there'd be some way of befooling him and securing the antidote without the poison. And at last, when very drunken, he laughed at me for my intention of marriage. He advised me tipsily to serve the master zealously and receive promotion in his service. Then he told me amusedly I wouldn't care for marriage. My fiancée would be at my disposal without such formalities. In fact, I stood rigid with horror while he sent a command for her to attend him immediately. He commanded me to go to an apartment in his dwelling, and soon, within minutes it seemed, the girl I loved came there to me. Bell didn't move. This was no moment to interrupt. Ortiz's fixed and cynical smile wavered and vanished, and his voice became harsh. She was at my disposal as an act of drunken friendship by the deputy, the master. She confessed to me, weeping, she had been at the disposal of the deputy himself. if any other person he cared to divert or amuse. Oh, Dios. Ortiz stopped short and said in forced calmness, "That was also the night my father died." Silence fell, and Belle sat very still. The Teutonic figure spoke quietly after the clock had ticked for what seemed an interminable period. "You did know then that your father's death was arranged?" Ortiz turned stiffly to look at him. "Here, look at these." A hand extended a thick envelope. Ortiz took it, staring with wide, distended eyes. The round-shouldered figure stood up and seemed to shake itself. The stoop of its shoulders straightened out. One of the seemingly pudgy hands reached up and removed the thick spectacles. A bushy gray eyebrow peeled off. A straggly beard was removed. The other eyebrow. Jameson nodded briefly to Belle and then turned to watch Ortiz. And Ortiz was reading the contents of the envelope. His hands began to shake violently. He rested them on the desktop so he could continue to read. When he looked up, his eyes were flaming. The real Herr Wedekind came up from Punta Arenas with special instructions from the master. You got talent, Senor Ortiz, which the master wished to use. Also, you've got considerable wealth and the prestige of an honorable family, but you were afflicted with the ideas of honor and decency, disadvantageous in deputies of the master. The real Herr Wedekind had remarkable gifts in eradicating those ideas. Jameson sat down and crossed his knees carefully. I looked you up because I knew the master had killed your father, and I thought you'd either be hunting the master or he'd be hunting you. My name's Jameson. Killed the real Wedekind, took his identification papers. He was a singularly unpleasant beast. His idea of pleasure made him seem a fatherly sort of person, very much like my makeup. He was constantly petting children and appeared very benign. Very glad I killed him. Ortiz tore at his collar suddenly. He seemed to be choking. It's the master's handwriting. I know it, and it says that since your father killed the previous deputy in an attempt to save you from the master's poison, you're to be prepared for the work your father had been assigned. Herr Weedkind's given special orders about your moral education. In passing, I might say that your father was sent to the States because it was known he'd killed the previous deputy. Told Belle he'd done that and was returned to grow horribly nervous. Or he was allowed to grow horribly nervous on his return. Officially permitted to see the red spots because officially, well, as far as you were concerned, and himself. It was intended that his nervousness was to be noticed, and a plane tried to deliver a message to him. Father thought the parcel contained the antidote to the poison that was driving him mad, but it was very conventional prussic acid. Father would have drunk it and dropped dead after a conspicuous period of nervousness and worry. Belle felt his cigarette burning his fingers. It sat rigid until the thing burned short. He crushed out the coal, looking at Ortiz, and Ortiz seemed to gasp for breath. But with an almost superhuman effort, he calmed himself outwardly. I think that I should thank you. I do, but I do not think that you told me all of this without some motive. I abandoned the service of the master, but what is it that you wish me to do? You know, of course, that I can order both of you killed. Belle set down the stub of his cigarette very carefully. The only thing you can do is to die. True, but I'd like my death to perform some service. The master has no enemies, save you two, and those of us who die on becoming his enemies. I would like, in dying, to do some harm. I'll promise to see the master dies himself if you've got Belle and myself put in a plane with fuel to Punta Arenas and a reasonable supply of weapons. I include the Senorita Canales as a matter of course. Ortiz looked from one to the other, and suddenly he smiled once more. It was queer, that smile, not quite mirthless. You were right just now, when as the Herr Wedekind you said that I would quit the service of the master when I ceased to despair. I begin to have hopes. You two men have done the impossible. You've fought the master, learned many of his secrets. You've corrupted a man to treason when treason means the end of his life. Perhaps, Senores, you will continue to achieve the impossible and assassinate the master. He stood up, and though deathly pale, continued to smile. I suggest, Senor, that you resume your complexion, and you, Senor Bell, you be returned to your confinement. I will make the necessarily elaborate arrangements for my own death. Bell rose. He liked this young man, and so he said quietly, You said just now you wouldn't ask me to shake hands. May I ask you? He added almost apologetically as Ortiz's fingers closed upon his. You see, when your father died, I thought I would be very glad if I felt that I'd die as well, but I think that I'll have two examples to think of when my time comes for me. In the morning, a bulky, round-shouldered figure entered the room in which Bell was confined. You will follow me. Bell shrugged. He was marched down long passageways and many steps. He came out into the courtyard where the glistening black car with the blank windows waited. At an imperious gesture, he got in and sat down with every appearance of composure, as of a man resignedly submitting to force he cannot resist. The thick spectacles of Herr Wiedkind regarded him with a goggle-like effect. There was a long pause, and the sound of footsteps. Paula appeared, deathly pale. She was ushered into the vehicle, and only Bell's swift gesture of a finger to his lips checked her cry of relief. Voices outside, the guttural Spanish of the Herr Wiedkind, other emotionless voices replying. The Herr Wiedkind climbed heavily into the car and sat down, producing a huge revolver which bore steadily upon Bell. The door closed, and he made a swift gesture of caution. It may be, said the Germanic voice harshly, that you and the young lady have much to say to each other, but it can wait. And I warn you, mynheer, that at the first movement I shall fire. Bell relaxed. There was a purring of the motor, and the car moved off. Obviously, there was some microphonic attachment inside the tonneau. Tonneau? I don't know how to say that. Which carried every word within the locked vehicle to the ears of two men upon the chauffeur's seat. An excellent idea for protection against treachery. Bell smiled and moved so that his lips were a bare half-inch from Paula's ears. Try to weep loudly, he said in the faintest of whispers. This man's a friend. But Paula could only stare at the bulky figure sitting opposite until he suddenly removed the spectacles and smiled dryly, then reached in his pockets and handed Bell two automatic pistols and extended a tiny but very wicked weapon to Paula. He motioned to her to conceal it. Jameson, trying to make the minimum of noise, handed Bell a sheet of stiff cardboard. It passed into Bell's fingers without a rustle, and he showed it silently to Paula. We were overheard last night by someone. We don't know who or how much he heard. Dictaphone was in the room we talked in. Can't find out who it was or what action he's taken. Might be riding into a trap now. Ortiz disappeared. Might be dead. Can only wait and see. The car was moving as if in city traffic. A swift dash forward and sudden stop, and then another swift dash. But the walls were so padded that no sound came from without, save the faint vibration of the motors, and now and then the distinct flexing of a spring. And the car turned a corner, went more rapidly, turned another corner, and another. In the light of the bright dome light, Bell saw beads of sweat coming out on Jameson's face. He didn't dare to speak, but formed words with his lips. He's turning wrong. This isn't the way to the field. Bell's jaw clenched. He took out his two automatics and looked at them carefully. And then, much too short a time from the departure for the flying field that had been reached, the car checked. It went over rough cobblestones, and Bell himself knew well that there had been no cobbled roadway between the flying field and his prison. And the car went up a sort of ramp, a fairly steep incline by which the feel of the motor was taken in tow, and on for a short distance more. Then the car stopped, and the motor was cut off. Keys rattled in the lock outside. The door opened, and the blunt barrel of an automatic pistol peered in. And that story will be concluded in the next issue, whenever we get around to it. No promises. I mean, it took me this long to get to the part 3 from part 2. Luckily for the podcast listener, you can, in fact, just go back to those issues manually. The live listener, well, you're about as clued in on this story as I am. Last but not least from this particular issue of Astounding Stories is the Reader's Corner, about reprints. From time to time, the editors of Astounding Stories receive letters, like the 2 that follow, in which readers beg us to run reprints, and now we feel it's time to call attention to the very good reasons we must refuse. We admit right off that some splendid science fiction stories have been published in the past, but are those now being printed in any way inferior to them? Aren't even better ones being written today, since a whole civilization now stirs with active interest in science? Since 3 or 5 times as many writers are now supplying us with stories to choose from, since science and scientific theory have reached so immeasurably much farther into the realm of the unknown possible? The answer is an emphatic yes. We all know it. A Trip to the Moon, for instance. It's a great story, but shall we keep reprinting it today when recent revolutionary theories of space-time scream to modern authors for science fiction treatment? In the last 10 years, the whole future of science has broadened. We've sensed an infinity beyond infinity, and who'd be so unmodern as to cling to the oft-told stories of the older science and neglect the thrilling reaches of the new? The Saturday Evening Post, again, for instance, has been publishing good stories for years, but who would have them reprint the old ones instead of keep giving us new ones? Would it be fair to 99% of our readers to force on them reprint novels they've already read or had a chance to read, to favor that 1% who missed them? Of course it wouldn't, and all of our readers in that 1% will gladly admit it. How about our authors? Contrary to the old-fashioned opinion, authors must eat. And how will they lead respectable lives, keep out of jail, that sort of thing, if we keep reprinting their old stories, turning down their new ones? After all, eating is very important. Those who wouldn't simply refrain from eating would have to get jobs as messengers and errand boys, etc., etc. The result being that much of our fascinating modern science fiction would never be written. It'd be cheaper for us to buy once-used material, to greatly reduce our task of carefully reading every story that comes to our office in hopes of finding a fine new story or potentially good author, but it would be very unwise and very unfair, as you've seen. Many more reasons could be given, but these few are the more important ones that back our policy of avoiding reprints. Enough said from the editor. Dear Editor, in your April issue, in answer to a correspondent, you stated that you were avoiding reprints. It's too bad. Some of the best science fiction tales are reprints. Witness The Blind Spot by Homer Eon Flint and Austin Hall, War in the Air by H.G. Wells, Purple Sapphire by John Taine, The Conquest of Mars by Garrett P. Serviss, Darkness and Dawn, Into the Great Oblivion, The Afterglow, and The Air Trust, all by George Allen England. You're proud, and rightfully so, of your great author Ray Cummings. Why not give us several stories that help to build his glory? Toronto the Conqueror, Man on the Meteor, The Girl in the Golden Atom, The Man Who Mastered Time, The Fire People. I'll sign off and give the other fellas a chance. Isidore Mannion at 544 Myrtle Avenue in Brooklyn. What think you all?
Dear editor, there's one question I'd like to ask. Perhaps some of the other readers of Astounding Stories can answer it. Could a person remember his own death in a former incarnation? Some say no, some say yes. If it's true that you can't, the whole affair becomes a wonderful story, one of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful I've ever read. The Moon Maid by Edgar Rice Burroughs is built on a fallacy. You see, I'm a believer in reincarnation. I'd surely like to correspond with others who are also. Would that not also disprove the whole theory of reincarnation if it was true? I think it's not true, but I may be wrong. Is reincarnation a proven theory or unproven? Anyway, you say you're going to avoid reprints. Now that's a mistake. Of course, some that you might avoid, like Wells, Verne, etc. I'd like you to publish Wells short stories, though. There's many that have not been published in any magazine for a long time or at all. Please, please do publish A. Merritt's Through the Dragon Glass. Give it a color illustration. It's the only one I think that I want particularly, but I do want it. If you publish any H.G. Wells works, give them cover illustrations too. Publish a lot by Merritt and Edgar Rice Burroughs, authors like that.
You haven't yet printed a story of the type that A. Merritt writes. That's one thing his magazine needs. Lots of them. They're the cream of science fiction. The more you have of them, better. They're my favorites, and next come those that are Edgar Rice Burroughs writing. Also John Taine, Worth K. Bryant, at 406 North 3rd Street in Yakima, Washington. All of those names and all of those stories are now stories we could be reading on paper cuts. The Moon Maid in particular. I was thinking about for a good while. I wound up settling on John Carter instead, but I thought about the Moon Maid for a good while. There's another one in here that I was like, oh man, I know that one. I've never heard of Through the Dragon Glass or A. Merritt at all. There was another one here. The Girl in the Golden Atom, I think I've read on my own. Not on paper cuts. There was one in here. There's a couple in here, actually, that I really thought looked good. The Purple Sapphire by John Taine sounds fun. The Afterglow by George Allen England. Very fun. Anyway, they're talking about reprints. The S. Lynn Rohrer Society. Dear editor. This is to inform... No. This is to inform you that we've organized a society known as the S. Lynn Rohrer Society of Greater Atlanta, a branch of the Science Correspondence Club. The society's purpose is to first assist the Science Correspondence Club and its affiliated branches in the promotion of science and scientific fiction. Second, to create a greater interest in science and science fiction among the laymen who are already interested, and to create an interest among those who are not at the present interested, and to hold their interest. At the present time, we've got in our library over 300 scientific books, a large collection of ores and rocks from different states and countries classified, a large collection of fossilized bones, a 3-inch refracting telescope, and a 10-inch one in the course of construction, and a large clubhouse. Any information regarding the society can be obtained by addressing R.A. Marks, Jr. at 983 New York Avenue in southwest Atlanta, Georgia, or the undersigned, being F.B. Eason at 400 Jefferson Avenue, East Point, Georgia. Don't send any of these address letters. I want to make this clear. These were written in 1930. These are probably completely different places now. Admittedly, I am a little tempted to send some of these people letters, but I'm like, no. They probably get enough misrouted mail from, people are like, oh man, people who are like me are gawking at old Gutenberg stuff and being like, I wonder what happens if I send a letter to this address. Unused to the smaller size. Dear editor, I have but one comment on your magazine, that is that having complete sense of other science fiction magazines, I'd also like to save Astounding Stories, but in its present size and condition, it looks like trash. Why not have a balance of what size the magazine will be? By having the price raised to 25 cents, I can cover the extra expense. I'd surely like to add another magazine to my collection, and am hereby hoping that you'll do this for the sake of science fiction lovers all over the country. Sidney Mack at 1676 59th Street, Brooklyn, New York. The Scienceers broadcast. Dear editor, for the benefit of the readers of Astounding Stories who live in New York, a club known as the Scienceers has recently been formed. Its purpose is to promote informal fellowship among science fiction fans and to foster discussion of modern developments. Actually, no, this is in New York. That's Boston, though. Never mind. I was gonna try and do a New York accent, but I can't. Foster discussion of modern developments, theories, and projects in the realm of science. The organization is open to all persons over 16 years of age who are interested in science fiction and its relation to the various fields of present-day science. Since regular weekly meetings are held, the membership is necessarily restricted to residents of New York City and the vicinity. Cordial invitation to join the Scienceers is hereby extended to anyone interested. Further information may be obtained by writing to the undersigned, Alan Glasser, 961 Forest Avenue, New York, New York. Congratulations for both, dear editor. Congratulations for us both. Your company for publishing this magazine, myself for being able to buy same. I've just finished reading the second issue. It's very good. I read every story in both issues. You bet I'm going to be a steady reader from now on. I like this type of story very much. In fact, I read 2 other magazines that publish stories of this type every month. I note with great pleasure that in the March issue you are starting to publish the first quarter of an interplanetary story by Ray Cummings. This is indeed good news. I've had the pleasure of reading 5 of his novels this past year and greatly enjoy all of them. Along with Edgar Rice Burroughs, Ray Cummings is an ace-high author on this unpredictable future stories. Some 4 or 5 years ago, I read in a magazine a portion of 2 interplanetary stories by Ray Cummings. Now to the point, I wonder if it's possible for you to obtain Mr. Cummings' permission of your company to publish these 2 stories. Their names, I believe, are Toronto the Conqueror and Into the Fourth Dimension. I, for one, would greatly appreciate this favor. Please do your best to try and publish these novels this coming year. Thanks. WML Evelyn, 3906 Springdale Avenue, Baltimore. Again, Toronto the Conqueror coming up a second time. Honestly, that's the thing, is I remember reading, what was the one they had? Ray Cummings was the one in the March issue? That was like, was that The Color of Space? Hang on a second. I'm gonna look this up, because I feel like I remember it. Ray Cummings. Astounding. Did he do Earthshine is maybe the one I'm thinking of? Why does Amazon bother to sell this book when you can get it for free? Why? Yeah, a lot of people are like, why are they doing this? A lot of people in the reviews are like, these are not reproduction bindings. Why are they doing this? And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. January issue is likely to have part of it. We already did the January issue. But the contents will tell us. Oh, Phantoms of Reality? Oh. I don't remember Phantoms of Reality. That's a long time ago. Hang on, let me see if I can find the March issue here. April will have part of it. Brigands of the Moon. That's the one I was thinking of. Honestly, the thing with the Brigands of the Moon is, like, literally my only problem with Brigands of the Moon was that it just was stretched over so many issues and I was sick of it by the end. So, like, if I deliberately went and found some of Ray Cummings' work, I think I would really like it. I think it's really fun. It's just that it kept coming up and kept coming up and kept coming up, and I was picking, you know, these issues to try and find varied short stories. But I actually quite liked, you know, the first 3 of the 4 parts of Brigands of the Moon, so we might have to... I'm going to put, the fact that 2 letters so far already have mentioned Toronto the Conqueror, I am actually going to put that into the Paper Cuts channel on Discord, so I don't forget it. Multiple letters mention Toronto the Conqueror. What's the other one? There was another one in one of these earlier letters. Like they were listing a bunch of stuff they wanted to get reprinted. Through the Dragon Glass I want to look into. Yeah, I will. I'll go through these listed books and the letters here. Anyway, where were we? This guy was talking about. Oh, someone actually likes the small size. So this really is a letters to the editor section because you have no fan consensus. Likes the small size, dear editor.
I received a pleasant surprise when I first bought your wonderful magazine. I started in the second issue, but I wish I could get the first one. All the stories are good. I think the best of them is Ray Cummings' story, The Brigands of the Moon. I've read the first 3 parts and I'm eagerly waiting for the last one. Now something about the makeup of the magazine. I like the small size. Holding the magazine together with 2 staples is very good. The cover designs are very good, but the pictures inside could be improved on. H. Wetzel is a great artist. I'll be publishing the magazine twice a month.
Charles Barrett from 135 Spring Street, Woodbury, New Jersey. Again, like, there goes Brigands of the Moon again. I feel like Ray Cummings was a real fan hit, and like I said, I just, if I had read Brigands of the Moon straight up as a book, like if it had not been in so many parts across so many issues of Astounding Stories, I think I would have really loved Brigands of the Moon. I'd have just been like, yeah, it dragged a little bit in the near the tail end, but it was fine. But like because it was broken up over issues of Astounding Stories, I was like, oh, when the whole one whole section was just dragging, you know. Thanks anyhow, dear editor.
I hope you're not gonna have a blue cover every month. I'd like to see a different color background every month. The cover of the March issue should have been black. Space is black. I wish that you'd have a full-page picture for each story. Wester's the best artist you have. The others don't have enough imagination. I gave Brigands of the Moon by Ray Cummings first place in the March issue of Astounding Stories. Promises to be the best story since the Rhino the Conqueror. The places of the other stories are as follows. 2. Vandals of the Stars. 3. The Soul Master. 4. Cold Light. 5. From the Ocean's Depths. If you would enlarge Astounding Stories to the 11 3/4 by 8.5, it'd be seen more easily on the newsstands and its circulation would increase. Please publish it on the first of the month instead of the first Thursday.
Jack Darrow at 4225 North Spalding Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. The Reader's Corner. All readers are extended a sincere and cordial invitation to come over in the Reader's Corner and join in our monthly discussion of stories, authors, scientific principles and possibilities, everything that's of common interest in connection with our Astounding Stories. Although from time to time the editor may make a comment or so, this is a department primarily for readers, so we want you to make full use of it. Likes, dislikes, criticisms, explanations, roses, brickbats, suggestions, everything's welcome here. Come over in the Reader's Corner, discuss it with all of us. Cordially yours, the editor. And that brings us to the end of this issue of Astounding Stories of Super Science. This was really nice to come back to. You know, I was already in, such a short stories mood lately, just bouncing off short stories for a bit there. Coming back to Astounding Stories was really nice. It's great to come back to really what started off the show and remind me that occasionally these are really nice. And honestly, what I should do is instead of reading all of an issue of Astounding Stories at once, is we should just have an issue of Astounding Stories on the shelf and just pull it out whenever we're done with the book and there's still a giant amount of episode left and we're like, we We need something to read. Just pull the issue of Astounding Stories out, start it, and then next time we get to a story boundary, just stop. You know, even if that takes us from one episode to another. Anyway, you know what? I think I'm gonna call it there. I know we're about 15 minutes early, but I'm gonna call it there just because I'm not gonna be able to finish a short story in 15 minutes. I'll dig for book. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think I have anything that's 15 minutes sized. I mean, we could do the thing I was just talking about. We could just start on the August, because that was the July issue, by the way. We could just start on the August issue. How long is... Oh, cool. It doesn't say. The Chokin Ocean would be really good right now, actually. Oh, hi, library. Like I said, we could just jump into the August episode, the August issue, like I was talking about, and just come back to it and then jump to our new book. But I don't think I want to do that. How long are these? I'm gonna open up a few of these and see how long they are. Oh, ooh. Because one of these might be short enough. We'll see. How long is this? Ow, library. Jeez, man, you're clicking everything tonight. Oh, yeah, we can make it through this one. Sure. We'll read this one. We could probably make it through this one in the remaining time. So, but yeah, we'll come back to finishing off the show after we finish this. Library, I need you to not click the mouse, okay? Yeah, I love you too, kitty. For those of you who can see Library, yes, he is this affectionate all the time, and no, I cannot indulge him in being this affectionate all the time, and so he just is so aggressive about it. But I love him anyway. Anyway, let's read Sleigh Ride to close off this episode, shall we? Sleigh Ride by Winston K. Marks. Whoever thought that Fran Lewis, wholesale triggerman spaceway pirate, would be the sweating victim of a simple webbed nylon garment known as spaceman's underwear? This e-text was reproduced from an issue of Planet Stories from November 1953, and obviously it's in the public domain. Fran Lewis enjoyed another sadistic shiver as he moved up the narrow passageway to the captain's control room. To his flared nostrils, the warm, moist air of the small space freighter was still heavy with the smell of death. A psychiatrist could have told him that this was a neural confusion of olfactory sensation with the perverted emotional excitement of murder, but no physicians ever attended Fran's murders except at inquests. 3 crewmen, still warm, lay at their posts with bloody splotches staining their tunic pockets. 2 more chores aboard, and his pay, fabulous pay, was earned. For Frayne, simple plans worked best. He rapped on the grey magnesium panel. "Your lunch, sir." Inside, a solenoid thumped. The port slid aside, revealing the captain's square back, outlined against the white-sprinkled velvet of space. As the executive turned away from the transparent nose dome, Frayne's weapon spoke its final invitation to eternity. The captain's eyes clamped shut, and in the reduced gravity he buckled to the deck in slow motion. Then Frayne swore as the dimly lighted Astra pit revealed another person. What was the navigator doing up here at this time of watch? The tall, uniformed second officer reacted, even as unbelieving horror swept his face. Shoving off from the bulkhead, Frayne dodged the officer's lunge with a quick sidestep, but the motion smashed the side of his curly head into the grip of a stanchion. His ears rang and blood spurted from a forehead gash. In a cold rage, he watched his opponent recover and crouch for another spring. "Sucker, you could have died nice and easy. Nah, you'll see." With cruel deliberation, he slipped his finger off the trigger and waited for the spaceman's desperate dive. Up whipped the heavy hand weapon in a short, vicious arc that splintered jawbone with an almost crisp, wood-snapping sound. Swiftly, Frayne secured the cabin door. Then he went about binding the unconscious navigator with parts of his own uniform. When he was through, he stood for a moment, trying to orient himself in the hemispherical room. He compared it to a chart sketch provided him on Earth before he'd stowed away in his special supply crate. Piracy. The word hissed in the silence with a quality of unbelieving. Frayne swung and saw that his victim had regained his senses. Yeah, piracy. Didn't think it happened, could you? They told you space piracy was impossible, didn't you? You brutal, bestial, insane. The navigator broke off as his smashed jaw moved in spite of his gritted teeth. Not insane, buddy, just irritated. You caused me some trouble, see? I'm saving you, buddy. His hand came away from his face, palm out and smeared with red. Saving you for later. He moved surely now, the details of location well in his mind. A low-placed locker, when opened, spilled out the gleaming, metallized spacesuit, which was prop number 1 in this stage play. A little nervously, Frayne fumbled with the unfamiliar garment. The officer watched with dull eyes as the killer prepared to don it. How many men alive back there? Subtract 3, that leaves 18, doesn't it? You can write 'em off as soon as I get these pajamas on. Don't spill the air, for the love of Jupiter. Don't spill the air. You have the ship. Why murder us all? Orders. I don't make 'em. I just carry 'em out. For money. Big money. That's why I'm here. I'm reliable. Besides, your men might break out and pester me. They're locked in their quarters. You mean you're alone? I'm your man, space boy, Frayne said with flat boastfulness. He caught up a strange web garment of nylon yarn. What do you call this fishnet? It was in the suit locker. You wouldn't know about that, you earthbound slug. We called it spaceman's underwear. Didn't your friends tell you about it? Frayne shrugged and started to discard it and changed his mind. Better put it on. I'm losing my accent. Better put it on me, I guess. I suppose it's pretty cold when the air goes out. Through twisted, motionless lips, the navigator told him, Very cold. Absolute cold. You won't live if you spill the air. Frayne said nothing. The spaceman watched the killer strip off his clothes, slip into the net garment, and redress himself. Wool slacks snugged in at the ankles and belted tightly to a felt jacket with a tight, soft collar. Now he proceeded with the spacesuit. With enough air, a man could live for weeks in one of these, Frayne lectured to dispel a depressed feeling of confinement as he tugged the bulky space garment up and fastened it around his neck. I got plenty of air, you see. He uncoiled the length of silicon plastic hose and plugged one end into the bubble helmet, the other into the wall valve of the control cabin. How do you intend to navigate this craft? After a moment's reflection, Frayne could see no reason to conceal the procedure. He felt like talking. He'd often talked to his victims before. Foolishly, perhaps, but his victims never lived to repeat the conversations. Nor would this one. We'll be boarded in about 20 hours. They told me they couldn't trail too close, so your radar have alerted you. They'll have their own crew to take over things. Suppose they don't show up at all. Oh, they will. Don't worry your silly little head over there. What if they don't? You know, when you blow the main valve, you can't close them again from the inside. Might have plenty of air for that suit, but how are you going to eat? Breathing's just one problem in a spacesuit. They'll be here inside of 20 hours, I told you. And you'll be dead. Why is that? 'Cause they double crossed you good. Sure, they'll get the fattest cargo this can ever carried, but you're sure it'll just be a saw outside. You'll be just as dead as me. They crossed me up. Ghost of a smile distorted the swollen face that had once been lean and handsome. Find out, he said simply. In spite of himself, Frayne checked back on his procedure. Purposely or otherwise, could they have left out some essential step in order to reduce the number of splits on the cargo? He ticked off the steps of his project and could find no reasonable omission. Carefully, he fitted on the meter, opened the oxygen valve, and made the meter read what they had told him. The hiss told him he was getting gas, but surprisingly there was no perceptible motion of air in the helmet. Clever inlet baffles prevented the chilly drafts that had plagued pioneer spacemen with head colds and sneezes. He was sweating already, but he reflected it wouldn't do any harm to store up a little body heat against the hours of absolute zero they talked about. He checked the chronometer, which he'd strapped to the wrist of his suit. Right on time, he shouted in order to be heard through the plastic bubble. His bulky hand paused clumsily on the master air outlet valve switch. He raised his other arm in a derisive farewell gesture. Quick frozen space punks, get 'em cheap from Frayne Lewis, wholesome triggerman. He laughed hoarsely as he jabbed the switch. The sound of air rushing from vents never intended to be opened in space screeched a shrill requiem even through the thick curved helmet. As the sound grew fainter, his suit bulged out and threw him off balance. He toppled over and landed face down on the dying navigator. For one grisly second, the swollen, contorted face with bulging eyes stared at him. Then he rolled away in a convulsed panic that ripped his air hose from its connection. The hiss stopped, and almost instantly his rapid respiration fouled the air of his tiny headspace. Frantic, mitted hands fought the slender hose back over the nipple, struggled with the safety clamp, and once again the sweet air dribbled into his lungs. He realized now there must have been an automatic valve in the air inlet, which had held his pressure until the connection was remade. With a trace of new respect for the breed of spacemen, he wondered about the poor fools that had suffered and died to provide the improvements of this self-contained bit of earth and environment. He was now the only living speck of life on the desolated craft he'd betrayed to the frigid airlessness of space. Frigid? The exertion had sweat running down his face so freely that his snug neckband was soaked already. His hand came up and wrapped the bubble in an unconscious, futile motion intended to rub out the salty sweat from his stinging eyes and tortured head wound. Strange. The cold wasn't penetrating at all. Even at the several points where his body and limbs made contact with the distended spacesuit, no sensation of coolness struck through. His feet were moist and hot on the heavy cork soles. He stared briefly at the two bodies nearest his feet. They were beyond explaining anything. The smell of death came back to his nostrils, right through his helmet. There was no smell out there. The smell was in here, with him. Power of suggestion? Navigator had said he'd die, sure, that was a safe statement. Nobody lived forever. But he'd lived long enough to enjoy his cut of the little deal. His cut. The officer said it'd be a shove out to space. Death smell. His own death, perhaps? He laughed softly, and the sound of his own voice thudded back to his ears like the intimate murmurings of a stethoscope. It was intimate in here. Every little whisper of breath he took rustled loudly. Deliberately, he cleared his throat and coughed. The sound was almost metallic. Hurt his ears. Mingled with the tepid moisture of his own breath was the faint odor of the powerful desiccant that ringed the base of the helmet. His eyes dropped to the row of tiny dials just set within the eye range under his chin. Suit pressure okay, oxygen okay, humidity, the needle lay right on the red line. Well, when he stopped sweating from his scare, that should drop off. Body temperature 101. 101. 98 plus, he remembered from upper school hygiene, was normal. Over 100 wasn't so good. Sit down, Frayne. Relax. Get your breathing slowed down. Cool off. He took the captain's comfortable chair before the low control panel, stared out into the incredible blackness of space, out where not even the tiniest diffusion of starlight eased the utter darkness between constellations. Somewhere in the ship's electric generation system, a moving part, brittle with the cold and contracted within its bearing, vibrated briefly and shattered. The control room twilight flared and died out into a shadowless night. Frayne had the sensation of being projected out among the stars, loneliness pushing in on him. He realized cynically that even the two corpses had been better than this isolation. After a moment, his pupils expanded so widely the stars seemed to grow larger, rushing in to meet the plunging spaceship. The luminous needles and dial faces of his instrument helmets became glaring little lanterns. Everything read normal except humidity slightly over the red line and temperature. Temperature. 102.5 F. He read. He wished fervently he hadn't put on that last garment. Spaceman's underwear, they'd called it. Maybe it would have been better to... An uneasy thought crept into the back of his head, and he strained his smarting eyes down at the temperature gauge. In only a minute or two, it had advanced 1 more tenth of a degree to 102.6. Now his breath rasped more rapidly as he gasped more oxygen. Pressure was down slightly. He moved to the valve and adjusted it. On an impulse, he opened it wide for a second. The pressure needle pegged, his ears popped, but no coolness came from that baffled intake. He normalized the pressure again. Hose must be double walled, he thought. The air should have at least had the coolness of its own expansion. He wiggled inside his sweat-stopping clothes. Why didn't the perspiration dry off and cool him? The answer came with an uncomfortable clarity. Where could the body moisture go? Where, for that matter, could his body heat go? Temperature, 102.9 Fahrenheit. Brain Lewis was no coward, but his hands began plucking nervously at the spacesuit. The previously tough folds of shiny, impermeable fabric were now distended into a rock-like rigidity. He stood up suddenly, and his feet squished in his sandals. The sweat was a puddle up over his toes. He was getting weak and thirsty, very thirsty. He felt he must have no more water in him. He stood in a trance-like state for minutes, staring blindly into the heavens. His mind wouldn't work right. He hurt, he itched, he craved water, gallons of it. Then he stopped sweating. He'd been deliberately keeping his eyes off the temperature dial, forcing his mind away from a problem he didn't understand when he felt his face go dry. The caked streaks of salt made his skin feel stiff and itchy. Temperature, 104.3 Fahrenheit. France now knew he was sick. At that rate of increase, he couldn't last much longer. His head was buzzing. The fantasies of fever were flashing lights across his bleared vision. He strove to fight off the hallucinations, focusing his eyes on the dim-faced chronometer, and he realized with a start that he had endured over 3 hours of his vigil. Perhaps he could last out. Whatever the fever was, it must ease off sometime. He staggered to the oxygen control, eased it open to full again, and watched the temperature needle for minutes. He became dazed, and his eyes came alive again, and he stared. Temperature 104.5. His hands drifted listlessly to the control again. This time he throttled it down, below normal pressure. Slower than the minute hand of a watch, the needle climbed on. Why? His swollen tongue licked dry lips. He couldn't swallow any more. Around his neck, a salty puddle burned a ring of itching hellfire. He choked down more on the air valve. Didn't make sense to him, but if more oxygen raised his temperature faster, then less should do the opposite. At 104.5, a man doesn't always think straight. At first, his heart pounded loudly in protest. His breathing became quick and shallow. With staring, grateful eyes, he watched the needle settle 1/10 of a degree and stay there. The mental relief was almost overwhelming. Had there been moisture left in his tear ducts, Frayne would have cried, but now, with the strained concentration gone, he became fuzzy. He slipped in and out of consciousness, and dead faces began drifting past his eyes. This wouldn't do. He had one more job left. He looked at his chronometer. In another 8 minutes, he must throw the drive lever and kill all the acceleration. The pirate ship's orbital prediction was based on this timed interruption of the freighter's drive. So much as 2 minutes off, he'd been impressed, would make their search hours longer since they were approaching from the rear at an angle. He sagged into the pilot's chair again, but sitting down was no good. Instantly, the ghost faces began their parade, and the death smell, mingled with the saturated desiccant's rank stink, threatened to strangle him. The belly full of rations he'd force-fed himself to sustain him in the 20 hours of waiting pressed heavily against his heaving diaphragm. He gained his feet, stood with his hand on the fuel lever control, and stared fixedly at his chronometer. 2 minutes. The navigator's swollen face, eyes bulging, stared into his helmet. Get out of my way. Gotta see my watch. Get He brushed at the phantom as if it were a cloud of gnats. He was confident now. The temperature gauge showed his body heat to be constant at 104.4. 30 seconds now, and he could give himself over to the fever dreams. 20 seconds. The broken-jawed image persisted, mistily, but now the face was repaired. It was the young, tense face before he'd crushed it with his blaster. Had that hard, determined look on it. The fire in his body swept up into his brain. The bodiless image spoke softly. You're gonna die. You're gonna move the fuel control the wrong way. You can't remember which way they said to move it. It isn't marked. You can't remember. Yes, I can. The chronometer said 12 seconds. You made one mistake. You put on your clothes over the spaceman's underwear. Your body heat can't escape. Your brain's burning up. You can't remember about the lever. You'll move it the wrong way. So what? Then I'll move it the other way. The tiny clock zeroed. Frayne pressed the lever away from him. That was the way to stop any Earth vehicle. Pressure forward on the air brake pedal. He shoved hard. The rockets roared out full blast far behind him. The building acceleration caught him and flung him stumbling back against the bulkhead. Then the firing took on a complete departure blast rate. Pinned like a butterfly specimen, 8 Gs smashed Frayne Lewis's spacesuit against the metal wall. Lewis, being free inside the suit, was pressed hard against the interior of its backside. The cold he'd been seeking struck through the wet, felted lining in his exterior clothes. The thickly corded spaceman's underwear delayed the frost momentarily, but then the sweat froze. The death smell seized his throat. Dimly he knew what was happening, but he felt only heat. The sear of an atomic furnace burning his shoulders, buttocks, leg, calves, through into his spine, this terrible, searing heat of space cold. Wow. That was a lot better than I thought it was going to be, because I initially read it, I'm like, oh, yeah, this is a write-off. That was fantastic. What a, like, that is why I look for weird old science fiction. Like, that perfectly plays off of the somewhat unintuitive thought of when there's no air, there's nothing to convect and cool you down. And so the spaceman's underwear clearly goes over your clothes to let it conduct heat into the suit, which is then conducting out into the floor. What a great short story. Fantastic note to end on. I'm going to promote my stuff now. If you liked what I do here, there's a podcast called Paper Cuts. Episodes go out on the 10th of the month. Upcoming episodes will be coming out very, very soon. We just finished up Dracula last month, so if you're in a spooky mood, now is a great time for it. I have a YouTube channel where I post VODs each Saturday, a Paper Cuts VOD and a Tuesday night VOD go up. There's also shorts on YouTube if you like shorts. If you like short form content but you don't want to deal with YouTube's shorts interface, because it's not very good, those also get cross posted to TikTok. Same name as usual. You can find me practically anywhere and everywhere with Glacier_Nestor, and if I don't show up there, just Glacier space Nestor usually finds me. And if you can't find me that way, try it without a space. And if all three of those you can't find me, go yell in the Discord and be like, hey, do you have an account on here? And sometimes the answer is yes, and sometimes the answer is no, but the easiest way to get a hold of me, other than sending me a business email, is through Discord. I think that's all my things. I'm forgetting something. I got the podcast, I got YouTube, I got TikTok, I got Discord. I'm forgetting one thing, and it's not gonna come to me. But thank you all for listening. We'll be back next week, Tuesday for some videos game, and Friday for a brand new book here on Paper Cuts. So it's the perfect time to drop by. But anyway, this has been Paper Cuts, and I hope it didn't sting.